Fishers, my name is Angie, and welcome to another episode of GENBA no Kizuna. So this is book club. For anyone that's new here, we read visual novels on Monday. I was supposed to have a poll up for our next one, but I ran into some problems with streaming permissions, so we're gonna wait on that. We're gonna wait just a little bit on that one. So that poll I'll try to get that up by tonight, maybe tomorrow. I'm just gonna have to find a few things that will replace what I originally had planned. I unironically just woke up. Well, good morning. I hope you have a great day. Oh, let me just pin that message for a second, just so I have that up. And yes, enjoy the dinosaurs. Enjoy the dinosaurs, as always. You want to say how many seconds I was late? I wasn't late, though. I started the stream right on time. Hi, Angie, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I hope you guys are doing good as well. Sup, Angie, I'm playing Pokemon right now. Nice. You and Space both. Space just texted me about how she was playing Pokemon Let's Go Eevee all day. Like, of all Pokemon games, it's Let's Go Eevee because she's gotten obsessed with shiny hunting. And it's super easy to shiny hunt in that game. Go figure. I also played the game, so I'm not gonna, like, say anything on it, but just surprised that that was the game she decided to, like, hyper-focus on at the moment. Anyways, so we're gonna get started, as always, with book club. You guys are welcome to put on what the heck am I saying? You guys are welcome to summon Olivers and put them on screen. You just can't cover text or characters and stuff. Try to keep them on me. This game has a lot of interactivity, interactable elements in it. So we're not gonna want to really cover the screen that much since there's a lot of investigating we're gonna do. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. And last time we had a vote on which route we were going to follow first, and all of you guys picked our best boy. So from this point on, until this is over, I believe that I am reading from his point of view. So I'm gonna get out of the way. My sprite is actually in the way. Go figure. Angie's in the way. The loudmouth is in the way. So I'm gonna move myself down here, so I'm peeking at you guys. I can judge you from my corner over here. And now we can go. There's romance in my dinosaur murder. I never said that. What about romance in my What about romance in my dinosaur murder mystery? That's not what I said, right? I say a lot of things that I accidentally come out of my mouth. That's not what I said, right? When I said route, I meant who we were playing as, not who we were romancing. This isn't that kind of visual novel. Help, I'm going back to school soon. I can't help you with that. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that is beyond my powers. Because you see, education is good. One, stay in school. And also, I also had to suffer through school. And if I had to suffer, so do you guys. Anyways, I'm playing Pokemon Scarlet right now. Nice. I never played that one. I never got to play that one. I've always been curious about it, though. It was, so far, one of the only Pokemon games I haven't played. All right, let's get into this. I hear dinosaurs in the background. Where did my tablet pin go? There it is. Keep Shadow Milk in the basement, Angie. Don't let the education system take him. Again, that is beyond my power. I'm afraid you have to go to school. You can come right back in the basement afterwards. You know, we'll have some snacks ready for you. You know, we'll ask how you did. You have to show your grades. Sorry, I have to make sure that you guys are keeping up with stuff. But, it's, we'll welcome you back. Okay, all right, I'm gonna get started. I have to read in Shin's voice, and I always forget what I did for his voice, so, well. We will eat Shadow Milk because he's a cookie. He's a cookie? Wait, is this a cookie run thing? How many times have I said I'm gonna start reading and I haven't yet? Okay, now we're starting.
At last the time has come. Almost 3 hours after our mangled Muncherino began his decomposition process, which at this stage has become quite,
what is that word? Affectable?
We can finally begin the procedure to get to the bottom of this extraordinary extinction event.
You are so into this. He is way too into this. I was worried about this.
Aren't you just lavishly excited?
Oh, yep, there's the body.
My fossilized friend. My, just look at you. I sure have seen my fair share of absurdities over the years, but you, sir, are one of my more curious carnivorous cases.
The way this guy talks.
Never would I have expected, eaten and regurgitated by a prehistoric predator, to one day add to that list.
You know, if I was working your job, I think I also would not expect that to be on my list. I think that would also surprise me. You have me there.
I can't wait to unravel how you shed your mortal shell. So many wakus, so many dokis.
Don't talk, please. No. The cringe, I can feel it. I can feel the cringe coming. Don't do it. Don't talk like that.
And as quiet as you are right now, I'm sure you're just as eager to share your secrets.
I don't know about that.
Have you canceled your subscription to Life out of clumsiness, or did someone ruthlessly delete your account? Most ex-Alivers in your position would likely claim the latter, but I have seen enough in this world to know that fatal foolishness is an ailment many are affected by.
Well, I'm glad to see that they're censoring this so it's TikTok approved. I'm glad to see that this is pre-censored for me. I don't have to do any work right now. How's it feel knowing this guy is your designated game husbando, Angie? Whoa. I did not say that yet. We're working out the kinks right now. We're in the point in that relationship where we're working out some stuff. I'm not opposed, but then I hear the wakus and dokis, and then I'm like, no, we're gonna shh. All right. Did my orientation for my classes earlier today, but also today I have my the locker. Yes, I remember being there. Doki, don't you start. Chat, don't you start.
Therefore, I shall keep an open mind and put everything you unveil to me under great scrutiny. That said...
What is this flashback going to be?
Nobu-chan certainly has his suspicions. And even though to this very day I have not the faintest idea how he does it, he is usually correct about them. As might very well be the case here, since what he has whispered into my ear does sound quite plausible. Nevertheless...
Do they already know? Do they already know what this might be? Like, who might have done it? I mean, it's very possible they did assign a newbie to this case and all. Why is the mouth bloody? So my prediction, based on the cut on his throat, my prediction is that his throat was slashed. Which might explain a lot of the blood there. The rest of the blood, I'm gonna say, judging from this nice little, bite mark right here, I'm gonna say is probably from our T-Rex friend over there. So, I think a majority of the blood is from that. I'm just going off on a limb here and gonna go ahead and say that. But this right here definitely makes me think his throat was slashed. Well, I think it's a great time to come in. Welcome, MZ! Glad you're here. But yeah, this is the T-Rex bite mark. That is definitely a throat slash. So his throat was definitely slashed before he met his fate with Rexy.
We will have to see whether you can confirm this theory or not. After all, even if this hunch is correct, this might be one of those infernal instances in which it's not up to you and me to prove it, but rather to someone like Rei-kun.
She doesn't look well. Oh, Yuki. Oh no. What could possibly be wrong with this situation? For someone that doesn't like blood, what could possibly be bothering you? This is an awful situation for her. I thought we were philosophical dinosaur. Nope, actual. No, we had a model T-Rex chomp on this guy. It's quite literally a dinosaur attack. You know, model dinosaur, but still dinosaur. Animatronic at that. Just mainly popping in to inform you that Silksong has a booth at Gamescom. It is real and people are going to be able to play it. Oh my god. That's huge, actually. That's really huge. Also, not going to just stop in and stay for a while? What's up with this? Okay. Did William Afton do this? Well, it's getting closer and closer to the bite of 87 theories, but we are not in 87, and the bite was not, I think, what killed him, I think. So, I'm going to say no. Not real until people are actually playing it. True. We have to have the confirmation. It's not real until it's in my hands. Bite of 25. Sounds more like it. Maybe 24. I don't entirely know. But sounds more correct. It's a hell of a way to cover up the exact murder conditions. I mean, it's a hell of a way to go. I mean, I guess if you're gonna go out, go big or go home. But, man, that is a hell of a crime scene.
Who is standing there, I see, silently staring at our prehistoric perp. Oh my. It's quite baffling how drastically her attitude changes. Earlier, when she reprimanded KJ, or when she got angry at me for playing around with the body.
I think that's a normal thing.
A conflagration of passion was raging inside of her, as she turned into an unexpectedly frightening little lady. Yet upon her arrival and throughout the body's recovery process, she was just like this. I can take a few good guesses as to why that is, and I do understand feeling discomfort, especially considering what she has to deal with this early in her career. However, at this point, I'm beginning to get a little worried. Not just about whether or not she is up to the task, but about her well-being in general.
It's kind of funny how I'm playing Pokemon Scarlet while this is happening. Catch some dinosaur Pokemon while you're out.
Maybe I should check up on her one last time before we get started here. First, I need to snap her out of her trance, though. The careful whispers and shoulder taps provide quite an effective before, so let's see if a more melodramatic method will work.
Melodramatic with you worries me. What are you gonna do here? What are you gonna do? That's seeing your other methods so far. I'm incredibly worried about this. What are you laughing about? Are you just laughing at her face until she looks up? Laugh like a maniac to get her attention. I suppose that's one way. That is one way.
Okay, maybe I got a little too carried away there, but it did do the trick. My apologies, Raccoon. I did not intend to disrupt your investigation. I was merely telling some jokes to our apathetic friend over here when I suddenly remembered a really good one. Myself. An unreadable expression, and utter silence as always.
What were you expecting with that?
Introverts sure are my Achilles heel.
What were you expecting with this?
However, even though her thoughts may elude me, I can read her body.
Uh-huh.
And those fingers around her camera are still noticeably tense. Granted, I myself may play a part in that, as all my attempts at easing the atmosphere seem to have backfired quite disastrously.
I can't imagine why. The person afraid of blood might be a little apprehensive when there's blood splatters across your coats for checks notes aesthetic. I don't know. That might be one reason. Maybe it's not. IDKY, but I still think Shinketsu did it. He has sharp objects. Again, he's on our team. This is our coworker. I don't think he's not a suspect. I'm gonna say pretty positively not him. Angie, why are you so low down so you guys can see the screen better? All the better for you guys to see the screen. Why, you got a problem with short people? Does Small Bird want to have a problem with me being short all of a sudden? Oh. Let's see, where were we? Yes, I read this.
Nevertheless, despite the fact that she displays a high level of immunity towards the goofs, I've got to keep trying. Are you okay? You're looking a little pale there, so I hope I didn't startle you with that sudden outburst of mine.
Not at all.
I am fine, thank you. Liar. You may not want to admit it, but I know what I saw. That's good to hear. You also seem rather unfazed by the climate. That chilly name of yours alone must protect you from the blazing rage of the great goddess, Amaterasu Chichichi.
No reaction.
Personally, I'm not feeling so well. Working conditions here are less than ideal. It's quite a nuisance how the AC had to implode in the main hall of all places.
I feel like that's going to be a hint to something. Like, that seems like it's a rather important detail they keep bringing back. The less Angie, the better. Excuse me! What do you mean, the less Angie, the better? You guys are still hearing my voice, you know? I don't have a problem with short people. My mom is shorter than my teenage sister. My mom's shorter than most people too, so... I said that knowing full well my mom watches my streams. When does this murder take place season-wise? Summer? I assume? I think summer, but honestly, I don't remember if they fully said that. I keep getting foreshadowing that says that it's someone in our workplace that did it. They weren't there. It's not, we're not locked in this building. This isn't Danganronpa. It's so unlikely that it's one of our coworkers. Most people are shorter than me. Really? Huh. I will mock her for it. All right, Mom, you heard it here. Oh. I'm like 6 foot. Well, you're taller than me. I think you're taller than a lot of people I know, actually. Are we counting 6 foot as short now? Willard is onto something. Maybe this is just training. What if there is no Angie and we are watching nobody? True. That could be the case. Maybe you're not watching anyone at all. The streamer herself does not exist. That's interesting. Maybe slight foreshadowing. Anyways. Let's see. I still haven't internalized that as a tall height, but sometimes I look at everyone else around me and I'm like, damn, why is everyone so damn short? Again, I'm pretty sure 6 foot is tall. Like, are we categorizing 6 foot as shorts? That has me so stumped. Damn, I guess I'm short now. I've been called tall all my life, but never mind. Does this confirm you're an AI? If an AI does not know that they are an AI, what does that mean? It still means I'm an AI then, but also no, I'm not an AI. Just putting it out there right now in case that unlocks any YouTube stuff. No, I'm not an AI. This video was not AI made. I'm not confirming anything. I'm a fish and I've always been one. I said most people are shorter than me. Oh, you said most people are shorter than you. That's right. For whatever reason, I read that as the opposite in my head. And I was just like so confused for the longest time. I mean, we're already encountered one blue-haired, yellow-eyed AI whose name starts with it, and true. That is true, actually. That is oddly true. Huh. Well, huh. 5'2", I grew up fast and I thought I was going to be really tall and then quit growing in 5th grade. Oh no. Yeah, Angie, you're not beating the AI allegation. No! I'm not AI, I promise! I'm not Angela. Probably. Well, after reading Wonderlab, there's a lot of, like, spin-offs of Angela, aren't there? But no, I'm not related to Lobotomy Corp or Angela in any way. I'm not AI. Didn't we meet an AI that is almost the same as the streamer? And what do you mean by that? What do you mean? There's an AI in Angie. Okay, that's stretching it. The A and I aren't even together. The A and I are, they're not even together. They're not touching. I can't be AI. Focus spell, focus spell. We got a little off topic. Anyways, murder. Yeah, we read this.
But maybe that's our lot in life. The truly intelligent are always struck with the worst kind of luck. I wish I could at least get out of this lab coat already.
What's under the lab coat? Does your red shirt also have blood splatters on it, or is that a little too much? Would that be a little too much? Just the lab coat has to have the blood splatter? Oh.
I wish I could at least get this lab coat already. I'm sweltering like a dinosaur that just spotted an asteroid. Unfortunately, the embarrassment of exposing the huge sweat stains on my back and under my armpits would be too much to bear, even for me. And don't even get me started on Niagara Falls flowing in my what?
Bro, there has to be some sort of workplace standards here, right? Bro. Come on, man. What are you making me read?
Rei-kun, you truly are my greatest nemesis. I am honestly impressed by this girl's ability to keep a straight face most of the time. I cannot tell whether I was able to help her relax at all, or if she just thinks of me as even more of a weirdo now.
I'm leaning the weirdo part. I am leaning to the weirdo part. Bro is freaky. The convenient red sweat stains, yep. Oh, your husbando is classy. I never claimed him! I just said maybe. We're working out the kinks, okay? I never fully claimed him. He is best boy, though. I can't deny those allegations.
Either way, her facade is starting to show cracks more regularly, so no matter how much she tries to pretend otherwise, something is keeping her from unleashing her full potential. Unfortunately, I am not quite sure how to help. My theatrics don't seem to have much of a positive effect, and since I have my own duties to take care of, there is not enough time to tackle the underlying issue at its core.
Raise your standards. Oh, man. Momster, those standards have been in the gutter way longer than this. There's no standards. That's been gone a long time. I heard Best Buy instead of Best Boy. Not sponsored.
Oh, that's for certain, is that? It's going to become a problem for all of us if she doesn't manage to overcome it soon. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, there is always Nobu-chan's plan B, but it would be quite a shame if things were to end so prematurely. For now, I can only think of one last thing we could try to avoid that outcome. Well, my pesky
but I can't speak all of a sudden. I can't speak again. I can't. Why can't I say words today? Yeah, we're just not going to.
Problems aside, there is actually an important matter I'd like to discuss with you, Rei-kun. It's about our dear dead-kun.
Okay, alright, we're still using that. She likes Izaya. She knows she has no standards. Okay, alright. First of all, that's not entirely slander, but, you know, I have moved past, you know, that to a degree and a slight degree. It's, you know, there's better ones out there. I've admitted. Why are you so stuck on Izaya? That was one Hispano from a while ago. There's much worse ones to pick from now.
I have admittedly grown rather fond of the lifeless little rascal.
Oh, fond is the word we're using. Okay.
So much, in fact, that I've decided to hug this beautiful hunk of dead meat all for myself.
Okay, yep, that's quite the thing to say. Okay, let's move on to the Abno you immediately latched onto when I sent you the unused concept art. Okay, we're moving immediately to that, huh? Listen, MZ, you showed me a very attractive vampire husbando. What were you expecting from me? As said in DMs, I'm not above it. You can't say that's not recent. I didn't deny it. Oh my god. Why do you keep shooting the werewolf with silver bullets? Why not try something? Why are we shooting a werewolf? What happened? I think I lost chat a little bit. Oh no, now I get it. Whoa. Oh. My genius is unappreciated in my time. I got it. It took me a second. It took me a second. A little longer than I should have. Anyways. I'm gonna ring that focus bell. No, I'm not. Back over here now.
In other words,
Why was there a sound effect there?
I am no longer willing to share. I want our lethargic friend over here to be mine and mine alone. So don't even think about getting close to him. From here on out, only I am allowed to do the touchy-touchy, capiche?
I'm getting this feeling that, like, even if I wanted him to be my husbando, it wouldn't matter unless I was also dead-kun. I have questions about your taste. Hey! Stop questioning my taste here! I never claimed him! I said maybe! Okay, well, we have one person claiming him, actually. We have one person in chat claiming him, so, What does a focus spell even look like? You're dying to see the focus spell, aren't you, Momster? I don't think this is the first time you've asked me that. Anyway, don't worry. I guarantee we'll have a new one to roast you about in approximately 3 to 5 Ruinous streams. Heck, I don't think you'll even have to wait that long. I think, like, very, very, like, in the next episode of whatever I do, we'll have another thing to roast me on. It's pretty easy. You look at a little bit of my taste, and it's just like, Angie. Hello, can I ask for a cat? You may ask for a cat. Is there any specifics on the cat? Let's see. I'm going to look back over here.
I may not be able to do your entire job for you, my dear, but maybe I can at least help ease you into it a little. Don't worry, since I know you were itching to get your grabby hands on him too, and I'm not a complete monster, I am willing to make a deal.
Deal?
In exchange for taking full guardianship of our problem child, I will naturally cover your part of the work as well, and send you all my findings later, including his paw prints for analysis. I will also throw in a special Burger Queen coupon.
Okay. Burger Queen. Oh my god. 450 and we should get a focus spell reveal? You guys really want that focus spell. I guess I could do a hand cam stream at like 450 subs and I guess the focus spell could be involved. You guys really want to see that focus spell, huh? That's the most interesting thing for you guys? This thing? That thing? The bell. Paw Prince is the murder victim of Furry. I mean, have you seen him? Those sharp teeth? I think he might. I think there's a good possibility. Very tiny cat covering chat slightly. You want him covering chat? Covering chat. I mean, I guess that's not in the rules. Okay, let me get a cat on screen. Somewhere on here. I have to find a cat first. Let's see here. Is this a cat? No, it's a corn cat. That doesn't count. Is this that's definitely not a cat. Is this a nope? I'm losing what number Oliver was. There's a cat. Okay, and we'll just take him. Nope. I can't seem to click on. There we go. Take him. Put him over here. Oh, he doesn't cover chat. Chat covers him. That's fine. He can sit right here. He can sit right up there. I think the bell the bells kind of got like the same effect as jangly keys to keep chat's short attention span. Yeah, basically. What Olivers have I missed? Angie, can you put an Oliver in the middle of the screen for like only 5 seconds? Yeah, I suppose that's fine. All right, sure. I'll just like, all right. You see him now, and he will disappear. This is the limited time Oliver, and he will disappear in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now he's gone, and he'll never return again. It's a sad day for Oliver fans. Anyways. Oh, she read it. Yep, I went back. I'm trying to read everything. Can I have a cove? Like, the game that we're no longer playing? it's Cove Holden from our life. The game that's over. We're bringing that back. I'll never be done with this game. If this game will continue to haunt my channel, I'll never be through with it. That was definitely more than 5 seconds. It was a little bonus. It was a tiny little bonus, you know. Well, like, where's, nope, that's me. It's like I have a little plushie of myself. Look at that. I'm carrying like a little stuffed doll of me. What? What is this? All right. It's not Fish G. Fish G's more Pop Team Epic. It was your first stream. It was my first stream. You paid good money for that Cove, and by God, Chad is gonna use it. I mean, that's true. Technically speaking, I didn't pay good money for that. Space drew that because she thought it was funny. Let me see if I can find. There's our wedding Cove, our big buff wedding Cove over here. Okay. I should ask Space if I can get this in body pillow form. I should ask Space if I can do that or something. Make this even funnier. So could you put the Oliver on a layer above, chat? I suppose I could. I have to find him again though. Let me see here. Here he is. And let's see if I can move him up. Where is chat? There he is. All right, now he's a layer above. Now he's covering chat just a little bit. Please add Fish G with you, like they're playing the game with you. I don't have Fish G as just like a regular PNG though. I'd have to go back and actually edit her file, which would take too long for this stream. So, I'm gonna have to decline that for now until I can make a PNG of Fish G. Fish G was meant to be a temporary joke, but somehow you guys liked her. Okay, cool, that's all I wanted. Focus spell, got it. Use the mini Angie for Fish G for now? Okay, yeah, I can put mini Angie on screen. Nope, that's not right. That's bald me. The heck? Where did she go? She was just over here. There she is. I'm covered. Only one eye peeking now. I'm peeking. Okay, all right. Let's continue with this.
That's one free regicide.
There's a what meal? That's a what meal? Huh? Excuse me? What do we call it?
Which should be more than adequate compensation, methinks. So what do you say, Raccoon? I think I'm being very generous here. Deal or no deal? Deal! My, someone seemed quite eager to accept these unfavorable conditions. And with a visible smudge of relief at that. Magnificent. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist the lure of Her Royal Highness. A pleasure doing business with you, Raccoon. That's all I can do for you, though. The rest is up to you. Now then, with all this settled, I think it's time to get back to work, wouldn't you agree? Therefore, I shall scuttle back into my happy little gore corner. I used to consider.
You're happy what now? The happy what? I'm just gonna say that from now on. All right, chat, time to go back into my happy little gore corner now. Yeah, sure. Oh my god.
In urgent matters, I may be willing to spare some precious seconds of my ever-dwindling time on this earth, but do not unnecessarily disturb a maestro during his grand performance. I will need full concentration for this beautiful symphony of death. Understood. I will get right back to the investigation myself then. I wonder, maybe now that she seems more relaxed, she's in the mood for a good goof.
No, I think maybe you should hold off on the jokes for a little bit, Shin. I don't think actually that's your forte, your calling in life here.
Then let us disperse and do our best to get to the bottom of this dubious death dilemma. And who knows, maybe catch ourselves a smooth criminal in the process. As he came into the jungle, there was a roar of a tyranno. He came into the Rex apartment and left the bloodstains on the grassy carpet. Shakakaja.
Yeah, I don't think the humor part is your gift, buddy. No, I don't think we're selling that. Balji, you can hear from a great distance. Nope, don't hear it at all. See, I feel like Shin would love playing Danganronpa. He might. I don't know.
Okay, maybe that was a little too cringe even for me.
You think?
Anyways, now that is taken care of.
Hey, look, we're back at the body.
I'm all yours, my darling dead dude.
We're done with Dead Coon. We're on to Dead Dude.
Let's see. You have sustained a vast array of external injuries, so I have to make sure not to overlook anything of significance. And while I'm at it, I should check your internal ones as well. As far as an on-scene examination allows, that is. So apologies in advance, but I'm afraid we'll have to get a little more intimate.
I feel like Shinketsu would love Danganronpa, but a bit disappointed at the lack of gore. Pink gore. I feel like there would be a lot of jokes about the pink gore.
Don't worry though. I'll be gentle.
I doubt that.
Oh, right. And just as I had promised Rei-kun, I also now have to cover what was supposed to be her job. Meaning that I should take a proper look at a few things you do have on you, such as that interesting wristwatch with the even more interesting rope attached to it.
So, to answer MZ earlier on the whole furry allegations, oh, maybe his teeth aren't sharp. I can't tell, actually. I just assumed with the haircut and everything that those teeth were sharp, but like trying to look at it closely, I can't really tell that. His shirt definitely looks like a raptor, though. Like, he looks very, like, dinosaur themed. Dead Dude is still icky. Little bit. Okay.
Before we get to any of that fun stuff, however, let's start by collecting your paw print data.
Oh, we're still using that. I just noticed one of his hands is extremely bloody, while the other one is not. So, I'm imagining, like, if his throat got cut, one of his hands reaching up to grab his throat, but the other's not. I would think both of his hands would be bloody in this case. So interesting. The other one could have been covered, I guess, but it doesn't look like there's any blood on that. So that's interesting. I'm like looking everywhere else too. There's a lot of blood on the mouth. Huh. A lot of scratches on the cuffs. Don't know if that's for aesthetic or not. And then there's like scars under his hand. So that's interesting. Just assumed. Profiling the victim on site. Good work, Angie. Yeah, that's the kind of investigative work you can assume from this. It's better than you guys assuming that our co-worker is the one that did it. Shinketsu melodramatically scanned the victim's shoe and fingerprints.
Now, with that out of the way, we can finally begin. Which Which boo-boo should the good doctor take a look at first? My poor pitiful patient.
Okay, investigation starts. Welcome to, investigate the body. Where do you guys want to start? Please place your order now. Oh, man. To be fair, there's a lot of evidence that our coworker did it. What is the evidence our coworker did it? What is the actual evidence besides he looks weird that our coworker did it? You guys are judging from sight. He got a few bloodstains on him. He has a few bloodstains on for aesthetic, and you guys automatically are like, he did it. Come on. He's just a weirdo. And what were you expecting? Let's investigate the neck. Yeah, that one's been bothering me too, so I think that's a good place to start.
What a nasty little injury you have sustained there. Considering how deep the cut is and that the resulting leakage spilled all over your neck and even soaked your collar, this wound alone certainly would have been fatal enough if not treated immediately. As far as I can tell, it started on your left side and was carved over to your right, but I'm afraid I won't be able to determine with certainty what kind of sharp tool could have done so. My best guess would be the royal razors of our prehistoric queen as you slipped over them. Maybe a closer inspection of them would be in order, but that's something I don't have to concern myself with. Rei-kun will have to take care of that. Though on that note, I did promise to give her her task regarding the body at least, so I should probably take a gander at your shiny locket there as well.
Interesting. So he's saying that he thinks it's the tooth of the T-Rex, which I suppose could have been.
There is a sickle-shaped engraving that looks similar to that hair clip Jura-kun wears. A raptor claw, was it?
Eh? That's an interesting detail.
I guess it would make sense. Since you came here to check out the dino exhibit, you likely had a soft spot for those extinct dude-saurs yourself. In any case, looks like it opens up, so let's see what's inside.
So he's a dino fan. I guess that aesthetic makes sense.
A little picture. Of course, surprise, surprise.
What? She's cute! That's cute! She looks cute! I'm assuming I am assuming there. Well, that's an adorable design! Oh, lady, yep, I was right. She's adorable! What the heck?
Now, who would this beautiful young lady be, This is quite a resemblance there. Your sister, mayhaps? Unfortunately, there is neither a name nor a date to be read, not even on the backside. I guess problematic identification is a trait that runs deep in the family, eh? One thing is for sure, however. You must have cared about her quite a lot. Now, this is the stuff that truly pulls at the few remaining heartstrings of mine. The poor lady probably doesn't even have an inkling as to what kind of terrible fate has befallen you. And I don't even want to imagine how such a beautiful smile would fade once she finds out.
Did the raptor claw kill? I don't think so. I think it's just an engraving into the locket itself. Not an actual, raptor claw on it.
Well, at least this tells us that there may be someone who might sooner or later show up looking for you. That would certainly help with the identification process, but for the time being, I guess we're better off trying to find a solution to that quandary ourselves.
I wonder if you guys, do you guys buy it all that they don't know who he is at all? Do we think that no one knows who this guy is? Anyway, what should we investigate next? There's a lot of things I'm curious about here. There's this rope, the blood on the mouth. We have the torso, arms, legs, and I think just that's it. I think that's it after that. Why does bro look like they attended Hope Speak Academy? To be fair, a lot of people in this look like they could be Danganronpa characters. I think a lot of people here look like they could be Danganronpa characters. I don't actually think that he looks like Makoto or Nagito, personally. It looks like he would have had a more rough appearance, I think. Like, his eyes are way too sharp. All right. I think next we're going to investigate. Let's, you know, we'll start from the head and go down. I think, you know, start with the head, then like shoulders, knees, and toes over here. All right. Yeah, that was low-hanging fruit. I still went for it. Anyways.
The face reveals much about its wearer. I've become very adept at reading a person's thoughts through it alone. And even if yours is now frozen in perpetual post-mortality, it still holds clues regarding your final moments on this plane of earthly existence. So, let's have a closer look, starting with that gaping mouth surrounded by blood splatter. You sure have coughed up quite a tidal wave there, very likely due to the gruesome gash across your neck, so nothing strange about that. Now, as far as your nose is concerned, we are definitely dealing with quite an oddity there.
The nose?
Your nostrils are completely clogged with dried blood, and it very much feels as though your nasal bridge has been heavily compromised.
Eh? Wait, his nose was bleeding? There's no, like, signs of that, though, that we can see. Is there... I mean, like... Oh, I guess if you zoom in quite a bit, there's like some red around. I cannot tell that at all, though. You know, it's really concerning that those teeth marks go right through that part of his anatomy. I wasn't quite going to go there, but yeah, I'd say that one was kind of painful, wasn't it? I can only hope it wasn't the way he died. I do too! I do too! I mean, like, we don't know this guy's personality. Maybe I'm not going there again. Oh, but God, what a way to die. All right.
And it feels very much... Nope, I've read that. Outside of the fact that, with this kind of damage, I would have expected quite a bit to leak out there, what's so puzzling to me is how you even managed to break it in the first place.
Okay, confirmed. His nose was broken. So, like, yeah, he definitely got into a struggle beforehand, right? The slash on his neck and the broken nose. Like, doesn't that confirm that? There was a struggle beforehand, and then he got knocked into the T-Rex somehow, maybe to hide how he really died? We already have one creepy blood doctor here, so if we have a second one as the murder victim, then this isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. I agree with the struggle. Yeah, I definitely, it feels really obvious that there was a struggle.
You were lying flat-faced on Rexy's soft rubber liquorino, with quite a bit of space between the back of your head and the roof of her chompers. In other words, not only was it well cushioned inside, but when her Jurassic jaws snapped shut on you, they were also incapable of applying any sort of forceful pressure to your occupant, which would have resulted in your facial features getting smashed.
That's what he looked like? Pre-blood, that's what he looked like? Yeah, no, I'm doubling down on the whole, like, does not look like Naegi or Nagito. He does have sharp teeth! Wait a second! Sharp teeth confirmed! Yeah, this guy was definitely a raptor dude. Raptor or T-Rex dude? Oh my god. Well, we got a confirmation of what he looked like pre-death. I guess our imagination is pretty good on that. Bro is the ultimate dinosaur. He kind of reminds me of, like, what's his name? I don't know, MZ. You're gonna have to be a little more specific than what's his name. Phoenix. Oh, I've never read any of the Phoenix Wright games, so I actually don't know that reference. I wouldn't have been able to get that one.
With all this in mind, it's hard to imagine how you damaged your nose to such a degree by merely falling onto her tongue, or as a result of her collapse. Of course, this would imply that you broke it before you became her meal, but that also seems a little strange. On the one hand, it would certainly explain your untainted philtrum, as you may have simply wiped the blood away and waited for it to clot. On the other hand, would you really have left your home in this condition to go to a dinosaur expedition?
Yeah, that does seem strange. I'm sure you'll get there. I hope so.
Or decided to see it through after obliterating your snozzle on the way here or even after your arrival, rather than make haste for the nearest hospital. It's quite an intriguing riddle, but alas, I will neither be able to determine your potential through process there, nor how exactly you did end up bursting your nose. Maybe you whacked it against the railing as you tried to hurl yourself over, or you simply fell flat on your face, given that I spy a bit of dirt on your cheek there. Who knows? The answer might present itself later, so for now, I will continue by gazing into your gorgeous eyes. Next.
Okay, schnozzle. That's what you picked up from there, huh?
Now, what have we got here? My, a fake eye.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that one. Did you just pull that out? What? He had a fake eye?
No wonder you were hiding it under that lion's mane of yours. I would admittedly be all too curious to learn the story behind this as well, even though it is highly unlikely for it to bear any relevance to the case. Then again, an ocular Protheus is still quite a peculiarity, and in the end, vision on only a single eye may have well played into your unfortunate demise, so I'd better keep it in mind.
Why was this guy wearing a full jacket in the summer? Maybe the AC worked while he was inside. Why is there a sound effect with that? Why does there have to be a sound effect with that?
Anyway, with this, I've read as much off your face as is possible, given the circumstances. I truly wonder what it would have told me if you were still alive.
Okay, what should we investigate next? I did say shoulders, right? So might as well.
Those tyrannosaurical terror teeth sure did a terrific job. They're as sharp as a blade forged by the legendary Muramasa himself, so it's no wonder both of your arms got fully sliced off.
Oh, right. They got sliced off and we had to pick them up and put them back on. Right, I forgot about that detail. That slipped my mind. Oh, whoopsies.
What still confuses me, however, is where one of your extremities was found.
Where was it found?
Your right arm was lying at the tail end of the dinosaur, quite close to the wall. How exactly did it manage to fly all the way over to the opposite side, especially considering that your left arm was discovered right next to the jaws of as one would expect?
Wait a second, it was where? Okay, so one of the arms was close to the teeth, and the other arm was at the tail. Oh wow, he got fully dismembered. Holy crap. That is horrifying. Yeah, pretty horrifying. But wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. So that only means someone or something moved it like a bird? Maybe? So that raises the question, if it was the bird, why would the bird move it? I'm going full in on this theory for a second. But why would the bird move it? Because it doesn't make much sense. And like, it could be like, oh yeah, the bird tried to eat it to get rid of the evidence, but it didn't. It didn't do that. And so like, something is not adding up here at all. It could have moved in another way that we just don't know because I haven't read further into it yet because Angie keeps stopping at every little thing she can. But there's a lot there that I'm just like, what? What? That just doesn't add up? Okay. All right, I'm gonna keep reading.
The locality of one of these loose limbs isn't the only concerning conundrum, however. There are also those scratch marks scattered across your forearms.
Yeah, I thought about that.
They obviously weren't caused by Rexy's razors. As a matter of fact, they already begun the healing process and are therefore a couple of days old by now. Although consequently, of no relevance to this case, I can't help but wonder what could have torn through your sleeves and left such marks. They seem like the kind of pet a pet might inflict, such as my own ungrateful and backstabbing little feline who tends to leave similar scars on me.
Mine too! Mine too! My cat loves scratching me up! Though, like, I consider it a show of love rather than backstabbing.
Although not in such quantity. If you did indeed fall victim to the animal assailant, what could you have possibly done to provoke this sort of wrathful response? And what species of ghastly creature did you challenge to begin with? Looking at your shouldered sleeves, it must have been quite a ferocious battle.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like the bearded vulture did have something to do with this. But so originally I was saying a while ago that I thought maybe the vulture might have pushed him over the railing, but this looks like there was a much more of a struggle than that. So actually, what if he was struggling with someone, like he got into a fight with someone, and then the vulture, being a trained vulture, tried to help, you know, saw like maybe his owner, her owner, being attacked or something like that, and tried to help, and it resulted in this? I don't know. Oh, there's a few things I'm thinking of right now. I'll get more into it as we go. What did I come back to? A crime scene. A crime scene. I just wish my cats would put their claws away when I play with them. Yeah, my cat never does either.
I'd love to hear the tale behind this, but I understand if you're too embarrassed to share the details. Your airborne arm, however, now that is something I must insist on an answer for. Frustratingly, I can tell that you won't give it to me so easily, so for now, I will try to go on with my life and hope to receive it later.
Huh. Actually, your coworker was wearing gloves shaped into vulture claws to frame the poor bird. Why are we constantly blaming the coworker? Remember when I said, show us the body, coward? Well, we're seeing the body. All right, let's go with the torso now.
Let's have another look at your apparel, shall we? since it has already been examined in great detail down to the very last, ever so tiny pocket, to see if you were carrying anything of curiosity on you, I shall focus on the damage it has sustained instead. First off, there are a number of shallow cuts running across your rather well-toned torso. Undoubtedly, they were inflicted by Mademoiselle Rexicline's sharp teeth as you slid over them into her jaw, which upon her unfortunate collapse tightly shut closed, which again is very troubling when I look at the line they shut closed on. Dear God, I hope you were dead. Leaving quite a number of bite marks that extend all the way down to your nether regions. Are we gonna comment on it? I'm honestly not sure what to say. Not only do those razor puncture... Oh, we are! Not only did those razors puncture your buttocks, but, quite deeply, they pierce straight through your old bagpipe at that! Oh, Dr. Confirmation! Oh, God! I'm very sorry for your loss there, my castrated friend, but try to look on the bright side. Not everyone can say that they had that. I'm not saying that. Shin, I'm not saying that! Chat can have clips over so many things, but they are not clipping me saying that! Say it, coward, no! No, I will be a dead body like this guy before I say it! Chad has enough dirt on me already. I'm not saying that! Anyway, I think it's time to gander beneath your, vestiges in order to confirm whether or not they hide any further injuries. And yes, I know this is going to be embarrassing. It will be quite awkward for me as well. Will it? Unfortunately, it's something that needs to be done, so... What if Angie is not an AI, but instead nothing there? What? I couldn't be nothing there. I have not said I love yous and stuff yet. That's for the end of the episode. Outside the aforementioned cuts and bite marks, I don't spy any other external injuries. You do sport quite a few bruises, however, and it feels as though the might of Rexy's jaws may have fractured a few ribs of yours. That's something we will have to properly check out once you've been transported to my lair, but it would certainly seem unreasonable for a few bones to have been snapped and crunched. Reasonable, I mean. Snap, snap, crunch, crunch, you do that even in your head, huh? Now, while we're already at it, let's also have a look at that slender back of yours. So excuse me as I roll you over, my attractive friend. We're just gonna go ahead and say that, huh? We're just gonna go ahead and say that one. What is biting this guy? A Tyrannosaurus Rex. In fact, an animatronic Tyrannosaurus Rex. This guy died by falling over the railing somehow into the mouth of a Tyrannosaurus Rex animatronic, and then it collapsed and its mouth shut on top of him. So quite literally died by T-Rex bite. I don't trust this guy around corpses. I am trusting this guy less and less around corpses. I cooked up a new Oliver. Oh, interested. Oh my, now that is very intriguing. A dragon tattoo covering your entire back. Yakuza? No, if that isn't some gangster shit, I don't know what is. Makes it a little difficult to spot external injuries, but as far as I can tell, there are none to be found here.
Okay, so we already know this town has a heavy Yakuza influence. This is a tattoo, and Japan. So, like a dragon reel. Exactly! I have never actually played any of the Yakuza games before, so I can't actually, confirm that. But yes, exactly like that.
The clothes being undamaged on the backside does support this. Anyway, I'm beginning to suspect you weren't as pure and innocent of a Bishonen as I imagined you to be.
You looked at this guy? You looked at this guy and immediately thought pure and innocent Bishonen? I'm sorry, that one's on you there, Shin. I can't defend you on that. I knew this guy was anything but that as soon as I saw that design.
Not saying that's a bad thing, though. A little bit of spice can make a dish more delectable after all.
Okay, I'm agreeing with him more.
Now, as enjoyable as it was, I think our tender moment of intimacy must come to an end. At least for now. So let us dress you up again and put everything back in order, so as to prevent any possible punishment by the ever-so-righteous Raikun. I wish I could eternally erase what happened there earlier. Not even my own mother was capable of glaring at such intense levels of displeasure. I could barely hold them back last time, but if Raikun were to yell at me again like that, I think I'd produce tears for real. I'm certainly glad I lived to tell the tale, but recovery from it, I never will.
Well, at least something gets to him. Hearing a guy got neutered by an animatronic T-Rex while in the bathroom was not something I was expecting. I bet. It wasn't on my bingo list either, but here we are. Doesn't look that great, but I made it to focus. All Olivers look great. All Olivers look great. Check my post, Angie. I will check it. I will check it right now and encourage other people to do so as well. Let me go to that real fast. Oh, it's cute! It's a focus bell, Oliver! That's adorable! Oh, thank you! That's so cute! It's just blood stains, not blood. Yeah, of course. Can we see the focus belt, Oliver? Yeah, if you go on to face community page posts, you can see it.
Perfectamundo. You also look as good as new. For a guy who got fatally mangled, that is.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't allow for, by the way, YouTube doesn't allow for PNGs. So in order to make it a PNG, I would have to remove the background and stuff, but I don't really have time to do that while we're in the middle of a stream. So, yeah, in order for me to like post it and stuff, I'll have to remove that first as a heads up for why it's not going on stream just yet. Otherwise, I definitely put it on stream. It's very cute, Faith. Thank you. Okay, let's see here.
By the by, one other interesting thing I noticed while tending to your clothes was that they are quite dirty. It is difficult to notice due to their rather dark and earthen colors, but there appears to be dry soil stuck to them, at least on the front side. I wonder... You didn't fall face first outside on your way here, my clumsy little friend, did you? Well, whatever the case for it may be, I shall keep your despicable dirtiness in mind.
I wonder if he even died in here. Like, that makes me wonder if he even died in this room. Did he... If he fell on the ground first, maybe he actually died outside? And they moved the body here to make it look like he fell into the T-Rex? I mean, this is just like a wild off theory, but like all of my theories have been that so far, so you know, Just to remind anyone, I suspected someone for wearing a jacket earlier on, so it's, you know. So yeah, it makes me wonder if maybe he died outside. Like, if there's a backyard or something they kind of mentioned. He died outside, they brought him in, and then, or whoever did it brought him in, and then threw him into the T-Rex, and then staged everything. That's messy, though. Like, super messy. Like, so messy, I'm actually, like, going, nope, there's definitely not right. Because, like, moving the body is messy, one, but then also making the arm so it's all the way across the room makes no sense. And there's so many feathers from that bird. At least that's what I'm assuming we saw. Like, that also doesn't make sense. Unless... I don't even want to mention this right now. I do have another theory, but, like, it feels so off, and there's so little to go on that I don't even want to mention it. So I guess I'll keep that one to myself. Well, I think they're dead. Yeah, this guy's definitely dead. This guy is dead. Maybe the bird wanted to eat his bones. They are scavengers after all. Also, Angie, I want to hear the crazy theory. Okay. My crazy theory is that there is a cover-up in some way, that it looks so outlandish and messy, and there's so much here that doesn't make sense, that there is something being covered up, that the real crime is a lot more straightforward than we're making it out to be, and that someone has decided to cover it up. But, like, I'm only saying that because the arm across the room thing is so messy and intentional. And the bird feathers around is so messy. Like, why would you not cover that up? Why? You know you're gonna be suspected with that. So why is that not taken away? But again, there's like, it's too little to go on. I don't really want to put attention on that right now either. I want to see more of this. I want to see more before I like start sticking to that. It's not even a theory on I know who did it. I don't. I have no idea, but I feel like there's a cover up happening. Because then the only other person I would like suspect that did it is obviously the guy that owns the bird. Because there's so many feathers. The fact that this guy's arm was across the other side of the room, the scratch mark from maybe a pet, the razor sharp mark on his neck. Yeah, there's just a lot that makes me think like, oh yeah, it's the guy with the bird, but that feels too obvious. So like, what if it's a cover up? But we have nothing we're going on. That's my crazy theory. That is the theory. So I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on from that.
Well, whatever the case may be.
All right, I already read this.
It may become relevant at some point after all.
A new case file has been added.
Now then, which part of your illustrious body shall I examine next, my...
Who's interrupting the investigation? I still suspect the bird, but they were just hungry. You think everything was just the bird? Just the bird did it?
Ooh. What was that? It seems to have come from upstairs, somewhere around.
What's happening?
Yes, over there. Right in front of Ryunosuke Hazuma's room. That is Reikun, I spy. What in Aristotle's name is she doing there? And why is she making bizarre noises? I can't quite make anything out from here, so maybe if I'll get a little closer.
But the body! I wasn't done! No, hold on! I wanted to see more! Ah!
She is still at it. Reikun, What's with all the moaning up there? Are you alright?
Yes!
Well, that certainly didn't sound like it, so I'd better go check. Are you sure about that?
See, look at this. Those are feathers, right? Those are feathers right there. So, like, it goes without saying that, of course, we're gonna suspect the guy with the bird. Or at least that the bird was involved. Okay. I'm gonna come off it. I'm gonna come off it for a little while. Someone is being bitten to death again. Oh god, what is it this time? I think the bird is hungry and wanted to eat the bones from the dead. Yes, but who killed him? And like, based on the evidence we're getting, the low-hanging fruit evidence suggests that the bird was involved in his death. The bird could have come later and just, you know, decided on a snacky snack. I agree, that is a possibility. But because of that, it seems like immediately the first thing we're gonna suspect is the guy with the bird.
You sounded rather intense there.
Yes, I just moving the cabinet over there as part of my investigation. This face is so cute. I love that face so much. That panicked face is so incredible. Sorry for the disturbance.
That heavy-looking chunk of metal next to the door. No wonder she struggled so much. I doubt even I would be capable of pushing something like that with my spaghetti arms. Not without enormous expenditure of effort, at least. Well, if everything's all right, I guess I will head back down to the party corner then. You have no idea what you're missing out on. It's a riot. Feel free to summon me whenever you need whenever you're in need of assistance, however. I've got to be useful for something, don't I? Thank you. I will keep it in mind. Good. Just be sure to recite the proper incantation. I can't speak again. I call upon the Red Giant, the ruler of Hellfire. I summon thee. Come, Shin.
That is quite the introduction.
Utter those exact words and I shall arrive in an instant. Until such a time will become unnecessary. Ta-ta!
What a coincidence, that's also a similar way to summon me.
Yeah, embarrassment to the max!
Embarrassment to the max of saying that or saying kya. I think both of those could be considered cringe.
I hope you appreciate all the sacrifices I make for you, Raccoon, throwing away that little dignity I have left just to offer you a good goof. Although, that may not be necessary any longer, as it seems as though you have managed to get into the groove, as the kiddies like to say.
No, they don't. They don't like to say that. No one says that.
I haven't paid too close attention, but you've been wondering about rather busily, so that's good, quite good to know. The fact that you can go all en go at such a high volume says everything, I guess. Maybe there is no more reason to worry.
Iglesi checks on her, I suppose. I summon the blue eyes white dragon, yep. Oh, man.
In any case, I'd better return from breaking her investigative combo and get back to my own examination. You sure have been missing me, have you not, my little carcass? But fret not, we will continue right where we left off.
Alright, well we got to the torso, so that leaves the pants.
One may not guess by looking at you now, but those long slits of yours sure have been disconnectedly, disconcerningly disconnected in certain areas.
Wait, did the legs also? I guess that makes sense.
I can only assume the damage to be the result of the dastardly dino dragging you down to your dreadful doom. There isn't anything else of note regarding your legs, however. Save for the copious amounts of blood drenching your pelvis region due to the chomp chomp. Actually, come to think of it, there is something that's both bothering me about that ever since we carried you down here. Apologies for bringing my nostrils close to your private region.
Uh-huh.
I assure you this is just as awkward and embarrassing for me as it must be for you. And no, I've never done this before. Not with a man, at least.
What? I read before I processed. I read before I processed that one. I actually just threw my tablet pin. AngieLumine.exe is crashed. Clipping that now. No, wait! Ah, god damn! I blocked one and couldn't block the other! Oh my god, I'm also clipping now! Damn it! God, he got me. I thought I was safe. I thought I was safe and he got me with another one. Oh, might as well just keep reading.
So I wasn't mistaken. There is indeed a sweet scent emanating from the blood drenching your pants.
I'm clipping it and sending it to the whole department. Wait! Whole chat clipping you, Angie. I can hear it. I can hear all of the clicks of people clipping me. Oh, God.
I kind of has a theory as to what this may mean, but just to be sure we do a thorough analysis later. So let me get a little sample there.
Shinketsu blushingly collected a DNA sample from the victim's private region. Say chat. I think this is the stream that does me in. I think this is the chat that's doing me in. I thought I could survive it. I thought I could get through the stream without having anything horribly embarrassing being clipped. I've met my match.
Well, I guess that should be all regarding your lower body. Now let's just hope that Raycoon didn't catch me sniffing at your...
Sniffing at your what? Shinketsu?
Why is she staring at me like that?
Well, you can't get off being a weirdo here.
Don't tell me. Yeah, how embarrassing.
Okay, all right. We have one last thing to. We have one last thing to we have one last thing to look at. Shinketsu. We have one last thing. Do not embarrass me. Do not embarrass me this time. What did I just come back into? Angie's freaking downfall. Angie's freaking downfall. Let me click.
This was supposed to be Raycoon's job, but since we have struck a deal, I shall document your rather perplexing preference in accessories, as well as my less than fashionable friend. What we have here is relatively thin but sturdy rope at around 120 centimeters in length. One of its ends is securely tied to a swivel, with 2 heavy-duty metal snaps attached to it. As for the other end, it is connected to the wristwatch of your right arm. Now what really strikes me about this is the exact spot it was tied to. There's a deep cut in the leather here, and given how clean it looks, I'm willing to bet it was purposely made by the use of a sharp tool such as a knife. This all seems very odd. No matter how hard I look at this, I cannot even begin to fathom the purpose of such peculiar attachment. The fact that you have tied it to your wristwatch, and its weakest part at that, it is curious all on its own, but I would very much like to know what those snaps are meant to snap onto. Snap, snap. Regrettably, that's a question rather futile to ponder, so I will simply note down my findings and pray to the heavens that Raccoon will be satisfied with my work.
A new case file has been added. Okay, I think that's everything. Oh, nope, I was wrong. So it looks like the hands are in fact selectable. So that is in fact not everything. What have I missed in chat? It's becoming harder and harder to read things. Slowly but surely it is. Shinketsu did some unhinged things and Angie.exe has crashed. About right. Oh, why do I feel like Shinketsu's into that? I was defending my boy before, and slowly it became harder and harder to defend, but I'm still gonna try to defend my boy. The on-screen chat just went back to when Faith asked you to put Oliver on screen 5 seconds. Yeah, it keeps doing that. It keeps doing that.
So this is something that piqued my curiosity right from the start.
Oh, it is bloody.
The palms of both of your mitts are obviously covered in blood. Now, what I would like to know is, how did this blood even get on them? There are no injuries on your hands, after all, meaning that it must have originated from somewhere else. But from where? There is also the question of when. You certainly didn't soil your paws after the incident, as by then your arms were unlegible for usage due to involuntary detachment and death. So did it happen right after you dove into those ferocious fangs? Maybe by touching the injuries you received upon sliding across them. I guess that would be the only logical explanation, as there is no way the blood could have gotten on your palms before that little stunt of yours, is there? Can we even be sure this is your own blood? I think that might be a worthwhile puzzle to ponder, so how about we take a little sample and analyze it later?
Shinketsu exuberantly collected DNA samples from the victim's palms.
Interesting. Upon closer examination, your claws are exhibiting quite a curiosity there.
Okay, that's why it was hard to see on this side. Oh, that guy looks like he's having a great time. Yeah, I agree. I would say great. Also, Space, you just meant one hell of a thing that just happened.
There certainly is a lot of blood on your left palm, whereas the right hand is mostly clean, with only a few fingers having been painted. A perplexing pattern for sure, although I can't quite tell what it may indicate. Given that it could bear great significance, however. I shall definitely allocate a save file to this little mystery in my mind's vast databank. And with that, it seems as though I have gazed upon every part of your bewitching body. As truly tragic as it may be, I guess that means it is time to wrap up the investigation. Unless you want me to take another look for good measure, of course.
He's talking to us, chat. He's talking to us right now, directly. Oh man, way too much fun. Yes, far too much fun. Yeah, Andy, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Oh man. BTW, just for context, are we like a detective trying to solve a murder mystery? Yes, we are. So we're the police force. We're like 4 people in the police force. Currently we're playing as Shinketsu. And then I think we're gonna switch over to someone else. But we got to vote who we were playing as for a little bit. What is it that I shouldn't have said? By the way, we're the doctor, so we're doing like the body examination right now is who we're currently playing as. Anyways, is there anyone we could talk to?
I'd better refrain from unnecessarily disturbing Rei-kun in her investigation. I already have a dedicated conversational companion right here anyway.
So you make the dad jokes in your head too? Okay. Which one was this? We can look over our bulletin points. Might as well. After the body was recovered from the jaws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was laid out on a tarp of the main hall, right in front of the Eastern Exhibition Room. Surprisingly, it's in much better condition than what was initially assumed, which can likely be attributed to the sheer size of the animatronic's oral cavity, as well as the fact that the insides of its jaws are mostly cushioned with rubber, his teeth being the only exception. Outside of the severed arm and broken legs, a number of bite and scratch marks caused by the sharp metal fangs are scattered across the victim's torso. There is also a vertical slash across his neck. A proper post-mortem examination is required, but it seems as though he also suffered internal damage, including fractured ribs, which likely occurred due to the animatronic's collapse. The victim's pockets are completely empty, meaning that he didn't carry anything on him, which would have been used as a means of identification. I forgot already. Got it. Not just a freaky detective, a freaky body investigator detective. Yeah, basically. Yeah, the frowny face. The frowny face, but that wasn't, I wish it was only that. I so wish it was only that. Alright, I think there was one more thing that we added to this. Let's see, was it? It was not profiles, it was not maps. Was it trivia? Maybe this? I felt like we already read this though. Like, I'm pretty sure we read this last time. And I'm pretty sure we read this too. So if there was something new, I don't know, but... Oh, the reports. That's what was new. No, it wasn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I thought there was 2 things. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. I don't know a thing. I know nothing. Okay. You know... Oh, body original state, maybe? I don't know. Okay, you know what? Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Check the family and the trivia and the body. Like, I'm pretty sure those things we've already seen. I went to a screen I did not mean to go to. There we go. There we are. The silhouette looks familiar. What? Wait. The silhouette looks familiar. Huh, the blue one? Is that the one you guys are trying to say? Or... Huh. It's definitely not the one on the right. I don't know. I don't know about any of them. Honestly. I can see it going multiple ways. But the dragon tattoo is definitely something. Oh, wait a second, wait a second. Hold on, this last one. Moreover, some have fully devoted themselves to the patriarch, have even gone as far as proving their loyalty by blinding themselves in the left eye or removing it entirely. Hold on here. That seems really important, doesn't it? With what we know about this victim having a fake eye in the dragon tattoo? So that just outright confirms it. This guy was definitely Yakuza. Interesting. Okay. More confirmation dude was Yakuza. Yeah, deep in Yakuza too. Very, very deep in the Yakuza. Freaking blinded himself. Well, left eye. Interesting. Okay. We're gonna move on from there. I think we've done everything. So I'm gonna press yes. We'll move along.
Alrighty then. Your body may have been inspected, but we're not quite done here yet. The most important step is still lying ahead of us, in fact. That's right. It's time to finally lift the curtain on this mystery of who you actually are, my soon-to-be identified friend.
How are we doing that?
Preposterous, you'd say. We will never find out. No, we shall see. We shall see. What's that? You want me to elaborate on how I will attempt to do so?
Are we breaking the fourth wall entirely right now, or are you still talking to the body?
I'm glad you asked. By tracing the very building blocks of life itself, of course. The strands of your precious DNA.
Talking to the body.
All I have to do is analyze the samples I have taken and look for a match in our database. At this point, I'm more than confident that we'll get one. It would honestly be rather strange if there was no medical history of any sort linked to your DNA profile. So what do you say? Shall we give it a spin? You can protest and insult me all you want, but the wheels of fate have already been set in motion. There is no stopping it now.
Here we go. And the identity is...
Bingo bongo. Just as I had foreseen, the jig is up, my medically registered friend. Or would you rather prefer if I start calling you by your name, my dear Kuro-chan?
That is a profile pic.
Kuro Mikazuki, born in September 6, 1983. So you had just turned 27 years old, huh? How very tragic that just a week later, you would be involuntarily ejected from the frenzied flight of life so soon after liftoff.
Oh, wait, so it's September. So it's a week after September 6th, so it's September. Okay. All right, so now we know around the date it is. This guy has some sharp teeth. Yeah, definitely Yakuza. This is the most Yakuza-coded character I've seen. Alright. Yes. The ancient prehistoric date of 2010. Yep, exactly. Okay, let's see.
Well, happy belated birthday, then. I hope it was a good one. Anyway, outside of your personal data, I also have a list of your hospital visits here, and my, you seem to have been the type to entertain a more thrilling lifestyle, haven't you? Especially throughout your teens. Never shielded away from a rough and tumble, eh? Or even a gunfight. This cannot be true, can it? How in Mother Mary's name did you manage to receive a near-fatal gunshot wound at a tender age of 10?
Actually, how? Actually, how? What were you doing? 10? I was like thinking like early teens, maybe 10.
I'd sure love to know more about this, but strangely, there are next to no details given here. A frustrating fact that sadly also seems to apply to your most recent hospital stay from just a year ago, which I'm equally shocked and intrigued by. I mean, underwent eye surgery after a failed attempt at purposely removing his left eye with a pocket knife.
Ow.
Yikes. Just regarding that makes my eye twitch. So they had no choice but to finish the job to remove it from you entirely, explaining that ocular prothesis. But when it comes to what would even drive a man to commit such an act upon himself in the first place, well, that's something that's sadly also not at all detailed here. One mystery solved begets another with no other answer in sight. How incredibly irritating.
I like the music that kicked in.
In any case, now that we know your name, the others will hopefully be able to make significant headway in their investigation. Though speaking of which, I guess I haven't fully finished mine. There are still a couple more DNA samples I need to analyze. Namely, the ones I collected from your palms and pants, so... which one should I start with, my dear little Kuro-chan?
Alright, guys! I will let you decide this one. Do we go with the hands or the pants? Oh my gosh. Number 2. I see how it is. You guys wanting to know what the smell is, huh? Alright. No answer in sight, man. Mystery games just don't want to let one deduction not be done by the player. Nope, it's all on us. Whatever is not pants. Well, it seems like more people are saying pants than not, so I guess that's our answer. Okay, what are we finding?
As expected, the red fluid soaking your pants is only partially blood. While I do get a definite match for your DNA, there is something else mixed into it. Something that is very commonly used in the film industry, and even at our very own training facility. Eh?
Really? Theater blood?
Yes, what we seem to be dealing with here is a homemade attempt at theatrical blood. Something that wouldn't be too unusual to find at home of independent filmmakers.
So, that does make sense of the sweet smell, because typically it's made with like syrup or jam or something to get the red kind of look to it.
It would also explain the rather sweet scent, given the likely ingredients that were used. Why, how and when did it end up in your pants, however? Usually theatrical blood would be used to fake somebody's death. There obviously would be no need to use cheap imitation if the genuine substance is leaking out of the litter. Were you perhaps one of those obnoxious prank bros trying to shock the residents of the manor by pretending to have turned into a dino snack?
I think if he was in the Yakuza, he would not need to be an obnoxious prank bro looking for attention. I don't think he'd need that.
And then, against all odds and expectations, the dino turned out to be the savagely starving and snacked you up for real. Well, as entertaining as it is to envision these scenarios, it's a pointless endeavor, I'm afraid. Let's hope that Ray-kun, Hima-kun, and the other bumbling buffoon may find some palpable pointers towards the actual reality of things.
Alright, let's look at those hands. Having seen a bit of Like a Dragon, he absolutely could be a prank bro. What happens in the Yakuza franchise?
So the blood on your hands is indeed your own. Now, if only the DPA could tell me where exactly it originated from, but I guess it is not that advanced yet. Again, due to the lack of any injuries on your palms, it must have come from elsewhere. One can imagine that it either splattered on them upon you getting mauled, or that, before your arms got severed, you managed to touch some wounds inflicted on the Rex's teeth. Sadly, it will be next to impossible to draw a decisive deduction without having attuned the whole spectacle.
Wouldn't you like to know, Murder Girl? I would like to know!
Maybe it's a question those mystery witnesses can answer, though. Of course, there's always the possibility that all of this is completely irrelevant, and I'm just ascribing too much importance to your bloody paws. That said, something about them bothers me quite a bit, and that's just an unfortunate and rather maddening fact of life. Well then, I have given Kuro-chan a thorough look over and analyzed the DNA, so I guess that's about the examinative extent of what I can do on site. With these harsh environmental conditions, there's no point in even trying to estimate the time of death. The high temperature have definitely accelerated the decomposition process, but at what rate is quite impossible to tell.
So, that might be the reason for the AC being off and why they keep talking about it, is they're purposely trying to accelerate the process to confuse the investigation, which, if my outlandish theory is correct, this whole thing is to confuse the investigation. I feel like this whole entire thing has been to confuse the investigation. Of course you want to learn more about things. You're an AI after all. I'm not an AI, I'm a fish! I'm a fish! Bro got hit with the Danganronpa execution. At this point, yeah. I would like to, I would say this is like a Danganronpa execution.
So if we want certainty, all we can do now is hope that those mystery witnesses to corroborate the time given by RPP, basically because I regretfully can't. As for the actual cause of death, that is quite tricky too. Did Kuro-chan's soul abandon its vessel upon getting brutally squashed, or did he fatally injure himself moments prior when he slid across those razors, resulting in a death pre-chomperation? Some may argue that the specifics don't really matter in this instance, but I, for one, do very much appreciate clarity. Something Kuro-chan, irritatingly, isn't willing to offer much of a general, even though I've been so incredibly nice and tender.
No further comments.
Rarely have I come across a body with so many perplexing peculiarities to ponder. The fake blood, the broken nose, the dry soil, the rope attached to his wristwatch, the odd location where his right arm was found. I wish I knew how all of these puzzle pieces connected together. Regretfully, interpreting their significance and determining their position in the bigger picture lies far outside my area of expertise. That's something a forensic investigator should handle, not a medical examiner. Unfortunately, R still seems to be tormented by her inner demons. Maybe I was a little too optimistic earlier. Although she certainly did move about quite eagerly, examining about every corner of the main hall, she has avoided a particular spot at the center like disease. I guess she still isn't ready to approach the big girl herself. I wonder, why did you decide to become a forensic investigator if something like this poses such a problem to you, Rei-kun? Could it be that you and I... Well, in any case, I do have to admit that your innocent purity is quite admirable and, to an extent, even admirable. I'd even go as far as saying that I envy you a little. To be disgusted and repulsed, such now foreign concepts to one such as I. Even when I look at a mangled corpse like yours, Kuro-chan, I barely feel anything. By now, I have seen as much. This sort of view doesn't really faze me anymore. Sometimes it feels as though I've lost my humanity somewhere along the way. Something I certainly wouldn't wish upon anyone, especially not someone like Rei-kun. so I'm actually quite glad that she hasn't lost that part of herself yet. But alas, it seems to be the only way to deal with the job like this, which is precisely why. Well, speak of the devil, a text message from him, eh? Let's see what he has to say. I'm sorry about last night. I kind of lost my cool and didn't mean to yell at you like that. Still, that's how I feel. If you won't support me, that's fine. But this is my life and my decision, so I would appreciate if you at least respect that. Oh, you ignorant little fool. Why do you have to be just as stubborn as her?
Okay, this took a turn, and it got suddenly serious. Robofish! I'm not a robofish! The ultimate paleontologist Kudo Mikazuki is guilty time for punishment. In Monokuma's voice. I do have to admit that your innocence and purity is quite admirable, and to an extent even admirable. Angie, I just realized what I said. I do just realize what I said. So gang violence could be the situation that happened. Maybe. Yeah, Yakuza involvement, gang violence, that could be a thing. Yeah, dealing with corpses regularly has gotta be something that wears at you, and you can't learn to compartmentalize. Yeah, it is one of those things I feel like you just definitely become desensitized to over time. Kudo Mikazuki tried drop kicking Monokuma. This is what happened next. I see. We've turned into Danganronpa all of a sudden.
Let's continue. I didn't mean for things to escalate like that either. However, you just won't listen to me otherwise. I'm telling you these things for your own good. Why can't you understand that? Well, I will definitely do whatever it takes to make you come to your senses and finally invite reason into your immature decision-making, even if it means only inciting more fury towards myself in the process. That's a price I'm perfectly willing to pay. That said, I should probably type a more agreeable response for the time being, as to not ruin either of our days. I will carefully think about how to properly address the subject later, but first, there's still work left to be done. Those reports don't write themselves after all.
A new case file has been added. The case file body recovery state has been updated. All right. So now we get to choose our next point of view. I'm gonna do a poll for this, so you guys that are with me can choose with me, a little interactive part of this stream. So for our poll, we can either choose, Officer GENBA, our Keiichi, K1 over there. I'm gonna write K1. We can choose Yuki, best girl. True best girl, I should say. Or we can choose Mizu, who is my obligatory best girl, being water themed. All right, here's the poll. Have fun, kids. Choose who you want to play as next. I think, based on how much time it took me to get through, this one, I'm going to say we have time for one more, depending on how fast this is. Which one is best girl? Yuki. Yuki over here. Yuki is true best girl, and this is best girl for the water themes. And then, I just realized that my mouse isn't on the right thing. There we go. Yuki here. This is true best girl. And then, this is best girl for water themes. And then this is K1. All right. All right, I'll wait for you guys. K1 at 50%, doing much better than I thought. You guys are really going for the boys this episode, huh? All right. Well, anyone have any theories so far? Anyone have your own special theories you'd like to bring to the table? I am leaning more towards my theory of it being like, I don't know who did it. I don't know what to think about that. But I think there's a lot of evidence leading to the guy that owns the bird, and I think that that is false. Either someone is trying to pin it on him, or someone is trying to, or like he himself is trying to like cover it up for someone else. I think the bird ate the guy to death. Just the bird. The bird did it. I like Shin's design. I like it too. It's a fun design. It is a very fun one. Yep, it looks like K1 is winning overall. Okay. I think the bird wanted to eat his bones. Everyone is all for bird theory. You guys so quick to blame this poor innocent bird. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're ending it. And it looks like K1 has won with 50%. Congrats, Keiichi. Honestly thought one of the girls was going to win this one. So here we go. We are going to be playing as Keiichi for a little bit. And begin.
Witnesses. I should probably feel relieved right now rather than so uneasy. But the more I think about it, the less it makes sense. First of all, in order to witness anything, wouldn't they have needed to be in the main hall during the incident? So RPP should have been aware of the presence, right? But no one ever said a word about additional people being at the scene. And what's even stranger, why would they only show up now? Where have they been for the past few hours, and why did they disappear in the first place? Something smells very fishy about this. I can only hope that things aren't about to get even messier than they already are. Overcoming this deeply ingrained habit sure is going to be an uphill battle, and I really need to stop worrying so much. First, let's just see who these witnesses are, and what they have to say.
Shocked that Vanilla Boy is winning. I mean...
I can always default back to panic mode later.
This guy immediately comes in and starts screaming chest out too. Chest out. Okay, I gotta give someone a new voice. I have to give someone a new voice. Cover them titties, but I mean, his chest is just out. He's British. I can't do accents. Guys. You can't tell me he's British because I can't do accents. Anyways, it was not by my hand. And I'm not gonna go with this, but we're gonna go with it for now. That I am once again given flesh. What is that line? It was not by my hand that I am once again given flesh. We're immediately walking into this. Dracula! It wasn't British, it was Romanian. Oh my god.
You probably thought you'd seen the last of me, but I have successfully returned from the Shadow Realm to haunt you once more. How is that possible, you ask? Let's just say, life finds a way.
You know, you have to say it. That's not the way you say it. You have to be like, life, finds a way. Like, there's a way. I'm not even doing it right. There's a whole way that you say it. You can't say it with a cheeky grin like that. Oh my god. It's from one of the Castlevania games. Is it? I've never played Castlevania. You gotta Jeff Goldblum it up more. Exactly. Immediately latches on. Misses with the Castlevania reference. Immediately latches on to the Jurassic Park reference. It's a dope line. It makes a lot more sense when you guys said Castlevania. Now reference Spy Kids too. That would be the ultimate one. Okay, I need to send you the Symphony of the Night clip because that is a classic meme. I clearly need to see it. All right. Holy shit, he scared the living daylights out of me. Is me opening a door, almost receiving a heart attack, going to be a regular occurrence here now? Also, what in Sweet Buddha's name is even going on about? And why the hell is he dressed up like he's going on a safari? It's called cosplay. Oh my god, Keiichi. Keep up. Bullying Keiichi is my hobby, apparently. I swear this day and the people I keep coming across just keep getting weirder and weirder. Now after I said that now, by the way, I just keep imagining, imagine a murder happening somewhere and the only people you have as witnesses are full-time LARPers in cosplay or something. I just like to imagine that scenario.
Looks like another one of those useless government lackeys has arrived. But I'm afraid we don't have much time to waste on more worthless pawns, so... Take me to your leader right now, you insignificant footnotes!
That is a line. You insignificant footnotes. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I love that. I love that personally. Chat, why did we vote for this guy? I don't know. I just went with what you guys told me. I didn't vote for anything. Honestly, K1 being the winner was surprising to me. Which thing is he ripping that off from? Quick, find the reference, guys! It's probably another line taken from somewhere else because half of the dialogue is from him. Quick chat, find the reference!
Excuse me? I can see the confusion slapped all over your clueless mug. You must be wondering, who is this insanely handsome young fellow blessing my miserable existence with his divine presence? Well, before I answer that question, let me lift a little weight off your fragile shoulders. There is no more need to worry. This case is as good as solved. For I, the hero of truth and justice, have arrived. Who the heck is this pompous brat?
I voted for K9 just to give... K9? Just to give Angie the least amount of joy. No, it's K1. It's K1 because his name is K-Ichi. Ichi as in one. K-Ichi. Where is K9 coming from? That doesn't even make sense, Josh. I'm gonna be super sensitive about one thing. All right. Unless I accidentally said K9 at one point in this video, in which case, never mind. Isn't K1 just a Danganronpa character? Keiichi is a pretty common name in Japanese, I think. Josh is assigning him a police dog for sound. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get the vision. I couldn't see the vision. You're right. That was on me. That was on me. I'll review my ways and think about this. You know, I'll make the apology video next stream. Next time we do GENBA, I'll make the apology video. Oh my god. But yeah, Keiichi's a pretty popular name, I think. I've watched a lot of anime with the name Keiichi. So Angie can't read or see as an AI. I am not an AI, I just am illiterate. There's a difference. I have to retype this because I think you missed it. Missed what? Missed what? Did you read my funny? I guess I didn't. Let's see, what else have I missed? We can go home early. No, we can't. No, we can't. Angie, when it gets freaky. Do you think God stays in heaven because he's afraid of what he created? Yeah, basically. Basically. Yep, I in fact, every single time one of them says something and I know it's gonna be clipped into something, I'm just like, Okay, alright, let's go on. He can stop with that random yelling already. As well as with the unnecessary insults. Please pardon my companion. Oh no, wait, this is someone else, I think. I don't know if this is who this is or anything. I'm gonna go with the feminine one though. Please pardon my companion's rather brazen behavior. Huh? Yeah! I was right! Not the voice I want to do for. Not the voice I want to do though. I'm sure he didn't mean to insult you. Not quite the voice I want to do either. I'm not good at, like, I want to go with like a tomboyish voice, but I'm never good at that. He's simply a little overzealous. I don't know. He seems like the type who's fully aware of what he's saying, and who means every single word of it. You have likely been informed already, but we were let inside to meet with the officer in charge of the case. Would you please be so kind as to inform him of our arrival? Actually, you just did so yourself. Do you mean to say that? Yep, Keiichi GENBA, officer in charge at your service. Oh my, how embarrassing. Should have known the moment I saw your incompetent, goofy-ass face. Those uniformed peasants outside sure weren't kidding. You do look the part of a complete tool. Shiratake-san? He didn't need to hear that. Great. Not sure if I'm more offended by his non-stop verbal abuse or by the fact that the rest of my colleagues apparently don't hold me to high regards either. I mean, one, it is your first time doing this, and two, you were late by like an hour. 30 minutes to an hour? But pretty late to a murder investigation. Oh, man. Well, Angie was created by humans since their night. No, I wasn't! I wasn't! I'm not an AI! I'm a fish! I'm a fish. I'm a big, scary monster fish at the bottom of the ocean that is using a human body right now to speak through. To be fair, he didn't expect it was a murder case. True. That is true. He didn't know it was a murder case. He didn't know until after he was here and they told him it was a murder case, but I don't know if it would be good, you know, to still be late on your first day of work at an investigation, regardless if it was murder or not. And also, I'm not a fish bot! What's with the AI slander all of a sudden? So I'm half right. No, you're all wrong. Oh, man. Please forgive our insolence. You are much younger than I anticipated, so even I assumed... Oh dear, how very rude of me. I feel truly ashamed for making a huge blunder, so please accept my sincerest apologies. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Jeez, is she trying to overcompensate for that little rowdy's presumptuous attitude? On the topic of rudeness, I'm afraid we also haven't introduced ourselves yet, so please let me rectify this as well. My name is Runa Hikari. I'm an occupant of the neighboring residence, and this boisterous young man is... the one and only Hiro Shiratake!
You can call me Hiro, though. I'm here to rescue you, after all, from your own ineptitude.
Little picture sound effect. The gods' gift to man. He has a title. He has a freaking... I don't think any of the others have had a title yet. I don't think any of the other characters have had a title. Bro has a Dark Souls title. I mean, he's Scout from Team Fortress. Dude is gonna get a health bar in a boss fight. I'm dying. None of them have had titles yet. Dude is 15 years old. Incredible. Man thinks making a bunch of references make him worthy of a title. All right, God's gift to man, Shiratake Hiro. Born June 26, 1995, age 15, loves attention, go figure there. Eating and sports, hates losing, smartasses, go figure there, and not being in a movie yet. This guy's already expecting a movie deal. He's already expecting a movie deal. Oh, Chunibyo, who let this kid watch R-rated movies. Oh my god. Dude dressed up as Kim Ji-hoon and thought he was the strongest guy on earth. He's a 15-year-old. Now I understand everything about why he's this annoying. No, everything makes sense. Everything makes sense once I saw that age. It all makes sense. It's all coming together. All right, and voice of... Wait, she has one. Did the others get titles? Or is this a unique thing for the family? I don't remember any of the others having titles. Voice of Reason, Hikari Uruna. Date of birth, July 29th, 1995, age 15, also 15. Oh, maybe it's just a 15-year-old thing. Maybe they have titles because they're 15 and deep. Likes cooking, formalities, helping others, yukata. Dislikes bad manners, cussing, lies, and gossip. Over context, Kim Ji-hoon is the CEO of Project Moon. He has a VTuber avatar that has a similar hairstyle to this dude, Angie. Oh, that helps. That helps a lot. Angie failing to read. No, that couldn't possibly. What did I fail to read this time? What did I fail to read this time? It happens all the time at this point. What was it this time? They have a lame title. Well, I mean, like, you know, she's 15. Yeah, I have not seen that. I had no idea. Even the hair is identical, the hair color. Interesting. All right. I'm gonna have to, like, look at that, though, and see if anyone else had titles.
So these two kids are the witnesses, huh? They seem even younger than Hazama-kun. Didn't expect to interview some middle schoolers, but I sure can't wait to hear their story. Even if I get the feeling that having to deal with that little schmuck is going to be another addition to my ever-growing number of pain in the asses in this case is providing me. There anything on my face? Or why do you keep staring at me like that? I know it's difficult to fathom, but please don't be jealous. Not everyone can be born as beautiful as I. Your lackluster visage being the best example of that. What the hell?
Shiratake-san, please don't be so rude.
But there are always exceptions, of course, as proven by the mesmerizing goddess who descended upon us from the heavens. Rune-chan, your angelic aura is even more radiant than that of the heavenly gods combined.
Yep, definitely 15. I just meant missing the titles, not that I know that there was others or not. Oh, I see.
Hiro-sama.
Oh, being swooned by that, definitely 15. Oh, actually liking that, definitely 15. Okay.
Rune-chan, Hiro-sama. Are these two actually? No way! How did a polite young lady such as her end up with an arrogant little prick like that?
Please, not in front of the officer. Besides, we're here on important business and should...
Sorry, I can't help it. You're just too stunning. Truly, your beauty rivals even that of my own. Whenever I look at you, it's like standing in front of a mirror. I just feel the enormous urge to sling my arms around what I see before me, tightly press it against my chest, and go in for a smooch as the French do. Nope. Oh, I feel it. Oh, the cringe. I can't get rid of it. Oh, God. It's too powerful. Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
What in the actual fuck? This is one of the few moments I'm agreeing with Keiichi. This is one of the few moments I'm fully agreeing with Keiichi. Oh no. I think I gotta step out. Step in there before things are gonna get too R-rated. Excuse me?
Yes? My apologies. There are urgent matters to discuss, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions, so... Where shall we start?
Well, first of all, I'd like to know a little more about you two. So just tell me about yourselves in general. You know, stuff like your age, where you live, and... Are you serious? Huh? We just answered a whole bunch of questions like that outside.
Indeed. Your colleagues created some sort of data profiles with all of our personal information. Have you not received them yet?
Oh, she's right! There are new profiles in my DPA. Well, guess we can skip that part then.
New character profiles have been added.
Alright, then let's cut to the chase, straight to the chase. All I was told is that the two of you are witnesses, so what did you witness? Something that, as I've stated before, will finally unravel this perplexing case you've been struggling to solve.
Bro, we just started.
So behold, as I grant you the answers you've so desperately desired. For I, the hero of justice, have witnessed with my meticulous eye the very moment of murder! What did you just say?
I like the little pause there. Personally, I love the little pause there. I'm gonna read chat with all the cringe that just happened. The doctor sent me a text scheduling a phone appointment for 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday stream time. BTW, I was like, no reschedule. I've been waiting too long for the ruinous stream for you to do this. Oh no. Oh god, she's cringe too. Yeah, no, it's, you know, they're dating, so... They're both cringe. They're both cringe and 15, and we should have known. We honestly should have known this would happen. Oh my god. We yeet here to the judgment bird. We don't have that here. Also, he's 15. Give the kid a break. I can't tell if this is better than being the freaky guy or not. I keep having to wonder what movie or game he's ripping off, and that's protecting me from the cringe. Yeah, I keep going like, what is it this time? What are you quoting this time? Oh no, do I have hiccups right now? Hold on. I'm gonna try to hold my breath. Okay. Maybe it passed. Maybe I don't have hiccups. Hopefully not. Alright. Definitely lying for dramatic effect. You think? You think so? I'm curious what he witnessed. Someone show this image to someone with no context and see what they think. Which one? Good luck with stalking your locker. That can be intimidating, I remember on the first days. Alright.
But, Shiratake-san, we...
Hush, my fair princess. It would be a sin to let a pure, innocent maiden such as yourself recount such grisly events, so let your gallant knight in shining khaki handle this instead.
Oh my god! Oh man. Someone bring the bird out. Which one?
As you wish, my knight.
Oh my god. It's one thing hearing him say it, it's another thing having you go along with it. Angie sees her younger self in the mirror and resists the urge to vomit and cry. She only half succeeds. So I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my mind. I think he just lost his mind too.
The moment of murder. As obnoxious as this little kid is, I guess I'll have to hear him out. If what he's saying is true, it could set a clear, irrevocable course of this investigation. Well then, I hope you're prepared for the unfathomable horrors I am about to share with you. If what we have witnessed were to be turned into a movie, it would undoubtedly be banned across the globe, and the fact of its very existence attempted to be wiped from human history. Needless to say, I take no pleasure in telling you such a gruesome tale.
They're both cringe. Throw them to the T-Rex. Oh god. Well, me and the other Black Forest birds are stuck in containment, so the Robo Bird, I guess. Do we have a Robo Bird? Oh. Kid, I want you to know that you're lucky you're a minor, otherwise I'd kick you where the sun don't shine. Oh my god. They are just kids! They are just kids! They're so cringe, but they are just kids. Angie, you've already murdered lots of kids in Faith. I think you should just do that here too. Wrong game, wrong genre! I can only be a child murderer in Faith right now. I have to stick, there's a quota I have to stick to, and it's only one child murder game per session. Oh my god. And this game is sure making me say some quotes, huh? There's some interesting quotes coming out of this one.
However, I shall utilize the full extent of my vocabulary to properly convey the disturbing images that have forever seared themselves into my brain, such as the fountain of blood spraying into the air as... Okay, hold up there for a second. Huh? Before you go any further, I think I'd actually like you two to take a step back. What do you mean? That I'd prefer you to lay the proper framework first and start at the beginning? Is that really necessary? In order for me to get the full context and better understand what happened here, I'm afraid it is.
Just that face. Can you maybe use half the extent of your vocabulary instead? Is that a request for Hiro? Okay. Sorry, dude, but as much as I'd like to jump right into the good part myself, it's probably best not to get too hasty here. Okay, what do you got? Yeah, there's a lot more I gotta know about that, than just the incident itself, and properly structured approach will make it easier to follow and jot down their accounts, so... Time to whip out my DPA and see if I've really got this detective stuff down. Okay, let's start with the questioning. Let's go.
I'd like you to elaborate a little on the reason you came here this morning, as well as your precise connection to RPP. You're a bit more than just neighbors, after all. Also, on that note, where exactly do you live, anyway? As far as I'm aware, the only building right next to this place is the one to the east, which would be the Jura residence, correct?
Well, you see, there actually is
Why is she stammering and sweating bullets all of a sudden?
there is another place right behind the Kaseki residence.
Oh, right! She must be talking about that old rundown shack I see from the kids' room. When I passed it on the way here, I barely took note of it, since it got totally obscured in the shadows of a huge mansion. Is she saying that...
And that's where I live.
That place looks like a garbage dump that's been bombed to near oblivion! It's a miracle it's still standing! No way a girl like her lives in a trash camp like that! You should see your dumb face. You totally got him, Rune-chan.
Huh?
To be fair, I gotta admit, you almost got me too, when you tried to pull the same prank on me earlier. Thanks to my hyper-sharp skills of observation, I quickly saw through it though.
Whatever do you mean, Shirataki-san?
Fish, clown, welcome in, welcome in. This girl needs an adult. Oh man. Throws Hatsune Miku at him. He'd probably like that, honestly, seeing all of his references. Or maybe that's not deep enough for him.
Sorry to put it bluntly, Runa, but you really suck at lying. When you led me to that dump and told me you lived there, you were all nervous and stuttery. That's how I could tell you were trying to pull a fast one on me, but not with this dude. I just decided to play along, cause I was curious to see how far you'd take things. Gotta say, I was pretty impressed when you even showed me your room. How long did it take you to set everything up?
But that dump really is my home. Do you honestly believe I would set up some other place to such meticulous detail? For the sole sake of fooling you? Why would I do such a thing, and how? It would be impossible on a logistics level alone.
Wait, so that was your room? You don't live there? In this mansion?
I think that should be pretty clear at this point.
I see this is coming as a shock for you. Well...
Uh-oh, looks like somebody's just had an epiphany.
I was afraid of it being the case, but you were also misled by those rumors, weren't you, Shiratake-san?
Rumors?
Living right beneath such an enormous mansion has led to some unfortunate misinformation making the rounds at school. It seems as though many students believe that the Kaseki residence is my home and that I'm the daughter of a noble household.
Well, can't really blame them. With a personality and attitude like hers, she's only fanning the flames and giving more credibility to such rumors.
It's a little embarrassing to admit, but the truth is that my family is not so wealthy. As a matter of fact, we just get by and simply can afford a bigger home. I'd have you know that despite its outer appearance, it's quite comfy and comforting though. I truly love the simplicity of it. I'm terribly sorry, Shiratake-san. As I said, I was afraid you might have heard those rumors, but I was even more scared that if I addressed them before our date and told you the truth, you wouldn't have wanted to see me anymore.
Hey, come on, Runa! Who do you take me for? Some superficial douche nugget who only cares about appearances and money? Of course I knew all along! I was only teasing you just now! And I wanted to mess with that cop too! Guess I went a little overboard though. So sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
It's fine. More importantly, it must still be pretty awkward to know that the girl you...
Ah, hush. Don't worry about such trifles. Who cares about what your home looks like? All that matters to me is that you're the most beautiful girl I've ever laid eyes on, both on the outside and on the inside.
Oh, please stop being cringe for 3 seconds. Please. Please.
And that's something that can't be measured, but in monetary value.
Shiratake-san.
Stop. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. Oh my god. Bro is fumbling. I guess he brought it back. He came back around. He fumbled and then came back around, and she is cringe enough to go for this. We're about to see Bro's first breakup. Nope, he came back around. He cringed his way out. He cringed his way right out of it. I might have to do some more punishing.
Okay. Why do I have a hard time believing a single word of everything he just vomited out? Given his initial reaction, this chap probably fell harder for those rumors than anybody else. Poor girl, I feel sorry for her. Not just for living in a tattered old ruin, and for all the rumors going around, but also for attracting a self-centered leech like that. She deserves much better.
Anyway, I believe it's time we get back to the matters at hand, so... You wanted to know more about the reason we came here today, correct?
Right, your profiles mentioned you were invited to a rap party by RPP, so please tell me a bit more about that.
Of course. Today was supposed to be the last day of filming for the first installment of the Warriors of the Mesozoic trilogy. In the early morning, Hazama-san, Jura-san, Harding-san, and Takamori-san wanted to shoot the final scene, and afterwards, in order to celebrate their achievement, throw a little rap party to which I was invited. Originally, it was only supposed to be the 5 of us, but when I told Shiratake-san about it, he wanted to join in as well, and so I asked them for permission to bring him along. There were no objections, of course, and so we all decided to meet up at my place before coming here.
I see. Given that you were supposed to be the only invitee, you must be pretty close to RPP. As a matter of fact, your profile makes it sound as though you, Jura-san, and Hazama-kun are childhood friends? That a fair assumption?
I would certainly think so.
They're so cute! Oh, they're adorable! Oh! Babies, they're cute! Oh, okay. I mean, 2 of them, all 3 of them actually are still like babies, right? They're all like 15 or so. I think one of them might be 16. I need to look back. I don't remember fully. She's definitely 15. I don't remember the other profiles. Okay, one is just watching this all unfold. Yep. What do you do in this situation? I'm gonna die of cringe like my nugget that one day. Yeah, basically. Someone beat me until I turned into an egg from I don't want to listen to this man. Too bad this is investigating the witness. We're detectives that have to take our job seriously, which means we have to listen to 15-year-old cringe.
I have known both Hazama-san and Jura-san since my earliest childhood. Back in the day, the 3 of us would walk to school together, and with Jura-san's and my parents being away all day long, usually stay at the Kaseki residence due to our homework and play together under the caring eyes of the professor. Since Hazama-san has always been a sickly child, we would also worry about him constantly and often drop by on the weekends and during holidays as well, just to check on him.
That sure sounds pretty close. Has your relationship changed much ever since?
Unfortunately, our interests diverged quite a bit as we grew older. It also didn't help that we were all different grades. As I made new friends at school and became rather interested in club activities, Hazama-san and Jura-san focused on their cinematic endeavors instead.
They drift apart.
As a result, we drifted apart a little and aren't as close as we used to be. That's especially true for Hazama-san, who became quite distant after the passing of his grandfather. Thankfully, this changed in recent months, but for a time I'd rarely see him, even when I came to visit. But despite all of that, I still value both of them as dear friends.
What about Miss Harding and Takamori-san?
Given that Harding-san has been living here for about a year and Takamori-san only since March, I still don't know very much about them. From our limited interactions with one another, I do believe both of them are very nice people, though.
And how often do you visit them nowadays?
Not very frequently, I'm afraid. As I've said, I have more friends now, with some of which require extensive care. But I do make it a point to come over every once in a while to check on their well-being, as well as the progress of their movie. During summer break, I dropped by more often, actually, as I quite enjoy attending their filming sessions. I even ended up helping out by providing them with refreshments, as well as joining in on various odd jobs, such as preparing and cleaning up sets. It was quite a lot of fun, and I was also made an honorary member of the team because of it. They even promised to list my name in the credits. I guess that's one additional reason as why I've been invited to their party.
Dang, that's pretty cool. Sure sounds like you had a great time there. On that note, since you actually got to see them work together, what kind of impression do you get of the group as a whole? They get along well?
Very much so. They're all quite a merry bunch, and I can clearly tell that they're connected by a strong, intimate bond. Work on their movie has certainly put that to the test of times. What with all the stress and frustration that comes along, but they have successfully persevered.
That pretty much aligns with the impression I've got so far. They really do seem to be a tight-knit group that cares a lot about each other. And despite a bit of distance growing between them, it sure sounds as though Hikari-chan is still included in that as well. I wonder. On one hand, she doesn't strike me as the type to do such a thing, but I guess I can't rule out the possibility of her tweaking her statements in a way that'd protect her friends. Definitely something to keep in mind if we do have murder on our hands. Anyway, I may not have learned anything pertaining to the actual case there, but I do have a much better picture of their relationship now, and that alone might be very important.
Anything else you would like me to elaborate on?
I think that about covers everything I want to know about you and RPP, so thank you very much.
My pleasure. Is there anything the matter, Shiratake-san?
Huh? Not at all. I was just wondering if there's anything important for me to add, but I guess there really isn't. I don't know these people after all.
Right. I guess I forgot to mention it, but just to be clear, Shiratake-san Shiratake-san met the entirety of Raptor Pack production for the first time today, and did not have any prior relation to them.
I see. Somehow I doubt that's what's been bugging him, though. He's been awfully quiet ever since the rumors about his girlfriend got debunked, so... Well, if he should decide to dump her because of that, that'd only be a win for her.
What? I hope that's not the case if he's that shallow. He was gold digging? Seriously? What the hell? Okay. I have a bunch of salt in my room, and it would give me more pleasure to consume all of it at once than listen to these guys. Why do you have a bunch of salt in your room? Is it from all the gotcha pulls or something from games? Went to the gym yesterday for the third day in a row. Now my legs hurt. Oh man, I understand that completely. I haven't exercised in a little bit. I'm gonna have to start again. I actually injured myself. I haven't talked about it on stream too much, but I injured my foot when I was doing the business trip a while ago, and so it's been hard to do exercises and stuff. It's not so I can walk on it. It's not like so bad, but like it hurts when I put too much pressure on it. So exercising has been a little bit out of the picture for me. But yeah, so it's been a while since I've gone to the gym, so I know for a fact as soon as I start up again, it's going to hurt so bad. But also, really good on you for going to the gym. Very good on you. It's always good to keep your health in mind. Gotta go to sleep now to wake up early. See ya, Angie. Have a nice dream. Yep, sleep well. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And what was I going to say? I messed up that so much. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you have a very good night. 15-year-old gold digger boy is on the hustle and grind lifestyle real early. It is too early, way too early. And also, anyways. He is too cringe for this. The salt is there because salt looks nice. I guess I can't argue with that. All right, about this morning.
All right, I'd like you to walk me through exactly what happened here this morning. So please tell me everything you can remember, and in chronological order if possible, starting from your arrival. According to my files, you got here around 11 a.m., correct?
10:55 a.m. to be precise. That's when I rang the doorbell.
How come you're so confident about the time there?
Because I checked my phone to be certain. You see, I have this habit of making sure to always be precisely 5 minutes early for this kind of appointment.
Precisely?
Better than to risk being even a second late, wouldn't you agree?
Now I feel personally attacked.
Yeah, do you? Being like, I don't know, 30 to an hour late?
I can confirm this. Rune-chan's the most punctual girl I've ever met. She's got such impeccable timing that it's more likely for time itself to be off than her. That doesn't even make sense, but all right. What matters here is that the two of them arrived 5 minutes before the incident occurred.
Eating brownies, want one? Yes. Yes, I do. Just drop it off at my house. Yeah, that's only like a long ways away. She will be 5 minutes early to her funeral. On my way. Cool. Can't wait. I've never sent you where I live, but I trust this.
Quite a bit of a time leading up to it, so... What happened after you rang the doorbell?
It took only a brief moment for the door to open.
Flashback?
We were welcomed by Harding-san and Jira-san, who let us inside. After exchanging some pleasantries, I intended to introduce Shiratake-san to them, as this was his first time visit here, but... he immediately seized the opportunities to suggest himself as a last-minute addition to their movie.
Oh boy. Oh man.
What can I say? I'm usually a humble guy, but this was supposed to be their last day of filming.
Oh my god. Immediately walks in on the last day of filming, demanding to be in the movie when no one's met you before. Oh, this guy. Incredible.
I had to make sure they'd realize right off the bat how beneficial I'd be for them to add me. I mean, every movie needs some star power to draw in the crowds, right?
Not to suck my... Okay, man, I've given chat too much ammo today. Chat has too many clips on me today. I can't have another one on me.
But I am very popular at our school, so I told them to just film one quick additional post-credit scene, including me as a Hypertorex, the Great White Hunter.
Dude would absolutely fall into the manosphere culture. Anglerfish, it says gullible on the ceiling. No, it doesn't! I already looked! I'll read it for you. You do that!
It would have also served as a perfect hook for a sequel. Since I know this came kind of out of the blue, and I wanted to and I wanted to cause them a little inconvenience as possible. I came fully prepared, as you can see. Even been practicing my lines all morning.
Sure doesn't sound obnoxious at all.
I'm guessing that's the random crap he's been sprouting earlier. Does that mean he hasn't given up on his movie debut yet, despite what happened here?
Bro, somebody died!
I've only just met him, but somehow I wouldn't put it past him. Do you remember noticing anything going on in the main hall at the time? Like maybe you could see the victim?
We couldn't see anything, actually.
Oh?
Harding's son had closed the door to the main hall in order to allow some privacy, as the victim was taking a look at the exhibits, apparently.
But if that's the case, how did you witness anything?
How about you let us finish first, you impatient prick?
What's the premise of this game? It looks a lot like Danganronpa. It has its moments. It's an investigative game and everything kind of similar to it. I do think in some ways it is very similar to Danganronpa. The premise of this one is that we are a newbie police officer that gets put on we're not really sure if it's a murder case, but it is a case where someone has died, and it is at this dinosaur. It's a home. It's not a dinosaur exhibit, but it is a home where people are very dinosaur obsessed. And they have kind of like turned it into something that people can like visit and stuff. So they kind of have made it into an exhibit, but it is a private residence. And anyway, they have a giant animatronic T-Rex, and someone fell into said animatronic T-Rex and got snapped and is dead. And our job is to figure out if it was murder or not, and what happened, and who did it if it was. And so right now we're in the witness investigation segment. We already investigated the body as a different character. We play as 4 separate characters. We investigated the body as a different character, and now we are questioning the witnesses. As K1, as Keiichi. I mean, sure, someone died, but it hasn't hurt the crew's enthusiasm for the film either. It's true. It's true. Oh yeah, also the people that live here are making a movie right now. And they're called Raptor Pack Productions. Let's see. If you for real want a second voice, I'd love to do. No pressure. Maybe. We have to talk about that in advance, though. Oh. Is YouTube not letting you write something? Is YouTube being difficult for some of you? It's not the only murder mystery story I've seen. There's some stuff in this game that does remind me of Danganronpa because it does have like a wackiness to it that Danganronpa had. But like, I've never played Phoenix Wright, but I've heard that also has like wackiness to it. The game is a visual novel and Danganronpa is also a visual novel. It's true, it's true. The investigation segments do remind me of Danganronpa. And like, I get why people compare it to that. I think I compared it to that when I first started playing too. It definitely sets itself apart from Danganronpa. But I can tell where people would also like compare it to that. Phoenix Wright? Wacky? No, nah, never. Yeah, I definitely haven't seen like 20,000 memes for Phoenix Wright. Definitely have never seen that before. Oh. I got sent to the internal error dimension. Oh god. All right, let's finish with the questioning here.
First you want us to take things slowly, and now you're going to jump ahead.
Sorry?
Anyway, after a couple of minutes of conversing inside the lobby, we suddenly heard a muffled voice yelling from beyond those very doors. Quite furiously, in fact.
And that voice was the victim's?
Well, it was neither Takamori-san nor Hazama-san, and it did certainly sound like him.
Wait, the way she just phrased that makes it sound as though she's heard the voice before. I'd like to dig deeper here, but if I interject about it now, I might derail the conversation. Better focus on the order of events first and keep this in mind for later, so... Keep going? You said he sounded furious? Could you make out what he was yelling?
It was a very informal way of declaring dissatisfaction?
Could you be a little more specific than that? No! Fuck! Stop! No! Alright, glad you're here. Glad you're here to set us straight.
Yes, those exact words.
For a few exclamations, there sure is a lot of potential meaning behind them. They could have very well been a reaction to an accidental dropping his camera, as I considered before, but also to possibly being attacked.
As you may imagine, we were all quite confused and exchanged puzzled gazes before Harding's son quickly turned towards the doors to check what was going on.
And that's where the real important part begins.
To be fair, since she only opened one of the doors, the left one to be precise, we only had a small window to peek into the main hall. The fact that Harding-san instantly froze inside the doorframe, thus partially blocking our view, didn't help much either. Nevertheless...
Okay. Alright, so yeah, what I was saying before on like what it looked like, that would be, you see here, this right here, inside of the dino. I suppose I too would also be saying, fuck, shit, no, about that as well. Honestly, that I think I would have a similar vocabulary if that was the case. Oh my god. Internal error occurred. I suppose so. Oh my god. No, damn you and your well thought out pre-planned streams. What are you, a good streamer? Listen, I have to plan out everything so far in advance. I could never do a single thing last minute. I get so paranoid doing anything last minute. My anxiety can't take it. Bro decided I'm gonna traumatize this random girl and jumped into the mouth. I don't think he jumped. No, does not sound like he jumped in there. It sounds like it was an accident, if anything. Could you put the bald art on screen? It was on screen earlier. But yes, I can. I'll make it smaller though. Yoink. We do want to see the screen for this one. Okay. Let's see.
I could still see far more than I ever would have wanted to. Namely, how the victim landed in the mouth of the giant dinosaur after having somehow slipped over the second floor railing. And just like Harding-san, I immediately became petrified in the horrible sight, unable to move even a muscle. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. The poor man. It was hard to watch as he kept flailing his arms in the wild desperation until...
The giant dragon forcefully chopped down on the poor son of a bitch. Blood, limbs, and guts were splattering everywhere like a crimson downpour of death. And then, to fully finish him off, the rampaging creature smashed its head into the wall and dove down, slamming the sorry bastard onto the ground while utterly eviscerating him between its monstrous teeth. A tsunami of red splashed across the jungle, coating every leaf and every single blade of grass in thick layers of blood. It is truly a disturbing sight. Within mere seconds, the entire main hall had turned into a gore palace that would have put any medieval slaughterhouse to shame. He sure was waiting to get to that part. Also, what in sweet Buddha's ass cheeks? These lines are gonna kill me.
You'll have to excuse him. Not that it wasn't a gruesome sight, but Shiratake-san has a tendency to portray things in a more dramatic fashion than they actually unfolded.
I've certainly noticed as much.
Bro, someone actually died! Can we tone down on the dramatics? Oh my god. Note that the yellow one doesn't like people cussing. Yep, the yellow one does not. Hero would be a great D&D dungeon master. Actually, you know, I think we found a calling for this kid. Did we start watching wrestling instead? Maybe. What a way to go out. Well, our job is done. See ya, folks. Yup, investigation over. Rexy did it.
Oh, man. Guts and limbs splashing everywhere? A tsunami of blood dyeing everything red? Calling that an exaggeration would still be an underestimate. As for the dragon, the way he described things made it sound as though it was alive, but that obviously can't be either. It may be an animatronic, but according to Miss Harding, it's been out of order for a while. And even if it hadn't been, someone still would have needed to operate it, which would have been impossible without being right there and having a clear view of what was going on. Anyway, subtracting all the delusional bullshit, it pretty much sounds like what the doc surmised. The unlucky SOB went over the railing right into the Rex, and then added weight caused it to collapse. It bumped into the wall and slid down until it hit the floor, which is when his jaws got forcibly shut and the limbs cut. I'm telling you, that's what I saw! Come on, you were right there with me!
It all happened so fast. It's a bit of a blur, to be honest, and I'm still struggling to process what I've seen. Are you sure you didn't simply imagine it? It might have been an optical illusion by the dinosaur shaking so much as it collapsed.
Yeah, that seems to be the only sound explanation. Either way, what's pretty clear to me is that the whole thing about you witnessing that moment of murder was also a bit of an exaggeration, eh?
I'm afraid so. This whole thing was quite clearly just a tragic accident.
Should have figured right from the start that this little attention whore was full of shit.
Hold your mammoths right there! Mammoths? Are we bringing those back in here too? Hero would have a D&D campaign that was entirely by reference, and only his DM NPC would matter. Oh my god. It's his show, not anyone else's. Oh man, I do agree with that. That makes complete sense. You're just not getting XP? What is up with that? YouTube is really weird with that sometimes.
Shiratake-san?
It was cold-blooded murder! And I have got every sight of it with my retinal spheres of perfection! Okay, someone say a reference. That has to be a reference, right? That one has to be a reference.
But Shiratake-san, he clearly fell over the railing and into the dinosaur, most likely after having leaned over a little too far. Or are you suggesting that somebody pushed him?
Did you not listen to a word I said? The dragon squished the unlucky bastard between its jaws, chomping him to death and smashing his lifeless body into the wall like an empty can of tuna.
For fuck's sake, can he stop yelling already? And what the hell is he even getting at? The Rex ate and thus murdered the dude? That's ridiculous! Okay, let's carefully think about this for a second. Honestly, the dino doesn't even matter that much. The only thing that does is the fact that our friend over there went over the railings in the first place. If he hadn't, he also couldn't have been eaten. So if anything, Hikari-chan's theory sounds much more plausible. Right, if this was murder, I can only see one way it could have unfolded. Someone caused him to become dino food, in which case there are only two possible suspects. With Miss Harding and Jura-chan in the lobby, that only leaves the male half of Raptor Pack Productions unaccounted for. So, any idea where Takamori-san and Hazuma-kun were during all this?
I cannot be absolutely certain, of course, but Hazuma-san may have been in the library or maybe even on the first floor bathroom, whereas Takamori-san was definitely in his room.
What brings you to that conclusion?
Well, just as the dust had settled, Takamori-san came out of it with Alexis-san in his arms. The two of them looked just as shocked as the rest of us, and he was trying his best to keep us calm, as the loud noise must have undoubtedly startled her quite a bit.
Okay, so she's saying he was in the room with the bird while the guy fell into the dinosaur. So all of my theories about the bird right now kind of hinges on this. I want to hear more. Ace Attorney hero, everybody. Yep. All right, that makes sense. Oh man, I feel like he did it himself. I'm gonna translate then. Oh.
As for Hazuma-san, he was looking pretty agitated himself, as well as a little exhausted when just a couple of moments later, he arrived through the door next to the staircase and the west side of the first floor. Hazuma-san tends to spend a lot of time in the library, so I can imagine him having been there again and only arriving a little later due to his illness and general physical condition. He may just as well have been occupied in the bathroom or storeroom, though. In the end, all I can say for sure is that he arrived from the back corridor.
And since he did it from the west side, it would only make sense for him to have been in any of the three rooms she just mentioned. Anyway, so he and Takamori were both close by and therefore arrived rather quickly from the Rex's collapse, presumably being drawn to the main hall due to the loud commotion. Now this raises an interesting question. Why didn't they show up earlier? Didn't they hear the guy yelling and got curious as to what was going on? Like everyone in the lobby did? I'd love to know more about this, but I guess that's a question Hikari-chan wouldn't know the answer to. Only Officer Mizu might be able to shed some light on that. Well, whatever the reason, given what I do know now, it seems pretty unlikely for either of them to have had a hand in what happened to our poor bastard. The whole thing happened right in front of Hazuma-kun's room. That's where he went over the railing and fell into the Rex. Takamori's room is directly across from that on the opposite side of the main hall. As such, it would have been impossible for him to push our friend over the railing and then return to his room unnoticed.
So yeah, it makes the most sense with what we know for it to be Ryunosuke, if I'm getting his name right. Well, Hazuma. It makes the most sense for it to be him, since his room is not only right there, but he has stairs leading down to the library. So he easily could have, like, pushed him, gone back into his room, went down the stairs on the first floor, and then come out where she's saying. However, I also feel like that's really easy and we're really early into this game. So, but keep that in mind. Pin in that. Pin in that.
Not given the only two possible routes he could have taken. Either a straight line to the other side, or the stairs down to the first floor and back to the second.
I like how we have the dots representing them. That's helpful.
Either way, given that the others witnessed the exact moment of that poor fucker slipping into the Rex, which would have been right after he was pushed, Takamori would have definitely been spotted by them, even if we assume him to be the fastest runner in the world. Granted, depending on how much they could see through the window into the main hall, that kid may not have been able to notice if he was super fast, but Miss Harding certainly would have, if she was indeed standing right in the doorframe. As for Hazuma-kun, his movements and whereabouts are ultimately irrelevant. Even his illness aside, I highly doubt he'd be able to take on a full-grown adult to begin with.
Never assume! Never assume!
There is one other important tidbit to consider here after all.
Not the shot I was expecting?
The railing. After standing right in front of it, at least this I can say for sure. With its height, a simple push wouldn't have sufficed to make somebody fall over it. No, you'd have to literally throw them over, which is also a tad unlikely. With all that taken into account, it really seems as though none of the four could have been involved in the incident at all. So does that mean it was just an accident?
Officer GENBA?
Oh, sorry. Guess I got a little too absorbed in thought there.
Did you figure something out by any chance?
Unfortunately, not really.
I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help.
No reason to apologize. You were a great help. I have as much better understanding of what's happening here now thanks to you, and I'm positive that the info you provided us with will help tremendously in fully unraveling this case.
So you're just going to continue to ignore the facts that I literally told you what happened? And here I graciously serve you the solution on a silver platter, and you just disregard it. Well, if you want to embarrass yourself in front of your peers, be my guest. Can't wait for you to come crying to me and apologize when you realize I was right all along.
This kid's ego is the only thing here that's gonna make me cry. Anyway, I still may not be able to make heads or tails of this whole situation, but there are a few more things I have yet to ask them about, and more I learn, the clearer things will become, I'm sure of it.
All right, next one is about the disappearance. So what did I miss on chat end? What have you guys been saying? Returning to the ass shot. Yep. Returning once again. I mean, it's well drawn, so. What if the murder is fake? I think it's a real body. I think that in fact was a real body and a real murder that happened. When it happened, though, is another story. Honestly, we're just hearing a lot of he said, she said right now, so honestly, when the murder happened, maybe it's not what we think it is. Because these guys were only watching from the door, heard one single snippet, and then assumed that was happening. Of course, they did see the arms and legs flailing, so I do think the guy definitely died at that time, but what if there was bruises on him? There was bruises on his, arms and stuff. They could have had him, I guess, tied up or indisposed at the moment. And then it was only at that moment that they kind of set him free when they pushed him in. I don't know. There seems to be a lot of clues here that we're getting. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Wait, but in that frame, the victim had their arms out of the dino. So how is there blood on the hands? Well, that was something that even the investigator wasn't sure of. Why is there blood on his hands? We don't know. That was weird to begin with. We don't know the answer to that. Hello, hello, Mantis Shrimp Knockout Game official. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. Now, the two of you obviously decided that you didn't want to stick around until the police would arrive, and naturally I'm very curious as to why, so... What happened after the T-Rex had collapsed? If possible, I'd like you to walk me through this in detail as well.
Of course. As mentioned earlier, everyone was in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Even though we had seen it with our own eyes, everything had happened so fast that our minds had failed to truly register it, so we all needed a moment to fully process what had unfolded before us.
Everyone but me, of course! Unlike the others, I wasn't phased at all! Yeah, that is the face of, being unfazed. Clearly. Why is there blood on his hands? I mean, he's a Yakuza. He probably killed someone. I mean, metaphorically or not. I mean, sure, I guess he could have killed someone right before. It is his blood, though. They did confirm that already. It was his blood that was on his hands, which I think is from his neck because I think someone sliced his neck before he died. I still think that. Maybe not. You know, it's possible. But, like, that is, like, a big theory that I'm working with. Okay. Despite what we had witnessed, I kept my cool and stayed calm. I didn't want anyone to feel embarrassed about their genuine reactions, though, so I pretended to be just as horrified as them. Uh-huh.
I guess in the end, I can only speak for myself, but I was scared, confused, and petrified. Outside of trembling and fear, my body wouldn't move at all. I could only stand there and stare through the door, right into the main hall, right at the dinosaur. No one else made a move either. No one even said a word. It almost felt as though, in that very moment, time itself had come to a halt. However, it couldn't have been more than a minute before Hazuma's voice tore through the silence, releasing us from our trance. What is going on here? And what the hell happened to the T-Rex? I'm not sure, but somehow he was in there. Right between them, and when it's... What? Who was between them? What are you talking about? Our visitor? Who's talking? Oh. Looks like he got himself caught between the Rex's fangs. However, the hell that happened? Are you serious? Yeah. Then, does that mean he's... Well, there's no way in hell he could have survived that, so... Yeah. He's probably dead. My heart sank and my body froze over once more upon hearing those words. I watched Hazuma-san and Takamori-san take a closer look, just to be sure, but as Takamori-san had already stated, there was no way the poor man could have survived. And when the two of them checked the body, the rest of us remained in the lobby. Yes, Shirataki-san, Jura-san, and I blankly stared through the door, while Harding-san fetched her phone to call emergency services. What exactly happened at 11:04, so by that point, 9 minutes had passed since the two had arrived at the residence? Once she was done, she turned to us and said, Alright, you guys stay here and stay right here, you hear me? Nobody leaves this lobby. The police will be here in just a few minutes. Wait, where are you guys going? I'm gonna check on Ryu and T real quick and, well, I gotta take a look for myself. Then I'm coming too. Hell no, I definitely ain't gonna let you get even close to that. But, no buts. You gotta stay here and take care of your friends. I'll be right back anyway. But, Kohaku-chan. What is it? What's gonna happen now? What are we gonna do? If he's really... Don't think about it. Everything's gonna be fine. First, we'll wait for the police, and then we'll figure out the rest. Until then, you take care of Hiro and Runa. Got it? Oh no. What are we gonna do? Everything's over. It's... Shiku! Get a hold of yourself. What you gotta focus on right now are Hiro and Runa. You gotta take care of them, right? I can count on you, right? Alright. Good. Then I'll be right back, I promise. Oh. Harding-san shut the door behind her as she moved into the main hall. I still kept staring ahead, however, as I had once again fallen under a spell. One that fully gotten broken when Jura-san suddenly spun around and grabbed my shoulders. Runa! Jura-san! You and Hiro, you have to go now. What are you saying? We can't. Just leave. And don't come back, okay? If anybody asks, you were never here. Understand? Now hurry, before the police arrive. Damn, right. I've got to get the hell out of here before the cops show up. What did you do? Why are you saying get out of here before the cops show up? You had nothing to do with this. Oh, man. Come on, Runa, let's scram. But... Okay, interesting. There was plenty of time to, like, hide some evidence here. Or create evidence. Anyways, before I was able to fully comprehend what was happening, Shiratake-san had already grabbed hold of my arm and dragged me towards the exit. All while Jura-san kept urging us to leave. I honestly wasn't sure what to do. I didn't think it was right, but at the same time, I just wanted to get as far away from here as possible.
And so the two of you disappeared? I guess it's understandable. Though what I don't quite understand is why Jura-san urged you so vehemently to leave.
I'm honestly not quite sure either, but I think she simply didn't want us to stay any longer and see more than we had already. She probably also didn't want us to get wrapped up in the police investigation. The thought of which, at least to me, was certainly quite scary.
Not to mention annoying. I definitely didn't want to waste my Sunday entertaining the boys in blue by answering shit tons of obnoxious questions. Okay, again, you know, there was a murder. Literal murder! Yet, here you are, doing just that, even if it's almost 3 hours later. So what's changed, and what have you been doing all this time anyway?
Well, at first we just ran to the nearby National Garden. And there we found quite a spot. We found a quiet spot on a bench under a tree where we could rest and try to process everything. I was still shaken and very confused, and it took almost a good hour for me to somewhat calm down.
Naturally, I did my best to comfort her, and at some point I decided to drag her along for a walk, thinking it would help her further relax. On our way, I spotted some nearby fast food stands and thought it would be a good idea to grab a bite. After all the commotion, we needed to regain some energy, so I had a couple of cheeseburgers, a pizza, and some fries and mozzarella sticks, as well as some ice cream to cool down. Did you share any of that? Oh, now I'm hungry. This is a great example of what not to do. Yes, exactly. Dude was bragging about how he would solve the murder instantly 10 minutes ago. I know! Who could even eat all of that? Especially after what they saw.
I attempted to eat something myself, as my belly was quite grumbly, but in the end, I could barely take a bite. My mind was too occupied with whatever we had done, whether we had done the right thing in running away, and what the possible consequences of it could be. No, running away while a police investigation is about to happen is usually the opposite of what you want to do.
Panic and running is usually, in fact, the opposite of what you want to do. Maybe because they solved the murder because they did it!
Her friend had wanted us to go, though, so I tried to assure her it was fine.
We had a rather lengthy discussion on the matter, and for a little bit, I thought it might have been best not to return, but ultimately, I couldn't reconcile it with my conscience.
Once Rune-chan had made her point clear, I realized that she was right, and that it was our duty to come back. This sure is going to be a huge story that will spread like wildfire all over the news, and the idea of it not containing the whole truth deeply worried me. I too was concerned about the potential risk of concealing a part of it, such as unleashing a whirlwind of misinformation that could have caused even more harm.
Indeed. I was afraid that without any outside witnesses, the police might get the wrong idea and think that maybe this wasn't an accident.
And that we'd start to suspect her friends of foul play, hey? I still contest that it was an accident, but either way, we had to make sure to nip any unfortunate misinformation in the bud. So listening to our hearts, we went against her friend's request and returned to appear in front of you, to the media, to set the record straight.
Well, one, media's not here, and two, what you've done is actually make me suspect a little more. Honestly, it's made me kind of like, they had time to create some stuff. Like, you know, how a guy's arm got all the way on the other side of the room. How there's so many feathers there. There's a lot that's not adding up with this, based on what you guys have said that you've seen, and based on what we've seen from the others. I don't know who could have done it. Granted, I have no idea. But I definitely think there's a lot of cover-up happening here. Panic and run is the wrong thing to do. Got it. I won't do that when I see another axe murderer. No. Panic and run from the police is what I was saying. If you see an axe murderer, I mean, if you don't panic is also probably a good idea so you don't trip and die too. But, you know, running is a good thing. Running away leads to something called incriminating. This is very bad. Bad, do not do it. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. You too, Angie, you're great at incriminating yourself. But I don't run, because I'm already at the bottom of the ocean, so you guys can't get me anyways, even if you find proof. See, what they're not telling you is that the dinosaur animatronic is a star quarterback and threw the arm across the room while shouting varsity football. Yeah, no, you're right. I never would have gotten that one. You are correct. Oh, man.
The world deserves to know the full story behind this tragic incident, and that I, Hiro Shiratake, was present at the most abominable crime took place.
In other words, you just wanted to appear on TV.
Well, I'm glad you made the right call. Even if Juro-chan only had good intentions in mind, keeping you out of this definitely would have caused more damage than good.
Speaking of Juro-san, to be quite honest, she also played a considerable part in my decision to come back, because I simply couldn't stop worrying about her either.
Why is that?
How shall I put it? Juro-san has always been an emotionally fragile person. When Harding-san left us in the lobby, she first became quite anxious, mumbling to herself in distress. Clearly what happened must have deeply affected her, even more so than me. She may have tried to put on a brave face as she urged us to leave, but she was quite obviously worse off than anybody else, and so I was worried, sick, and still am.
That does fit with what Miss Harding had told me about her earlier. The poor girl. If she was that affected by the whole thing, who knows where her mind wandered off to after those two had left, and she was all by herself. I'm feeling pretty sorry for these kids in general, having to witness such a horrifying event. Even if they didn't see things from up close, Just knowing that somebody died right before their very eyes. Fuck, that sure is going to leave a scar for the rest of their lives.
Do you think it would be possible to talk to her?
To Jura-chan? I'm afraid not. Not at the moment, at least. She is currently undergoing questioning herself.
I see.
Don't worry, I met with her earlier, and given the circumstances, she seems to be doing pretty fine.
Well, that's certainly a relief. Still, I hope the whole ordeal isn't going to wear too heavily on her. Anyway, I believe we owe you an apology.
What for?
For the trouble we've caused by running off. I feel quite ashamed of myself to have simply fled the scene. Such actions is unacceptable no matter the reason.
Don't worry about it. You're here now, and what you've told me is extremely helpful, so that's all that really matters in my book.
Remember, kids, if you run from the police, they might not be so accepting of it when you decide to come back in a different investigation, so don't do that. Do not incriminate yourself in a crime.
Even if you say so, I still want to make up for my unruly behavior. So if there's anything else we can help you with, or that you would like to know, please go ahead and ask.
Well, there certainly is one thing I'm curious about.
Alright, about the victim. I'm curious about this too, since she seemed to have known him.
Earlier when you brought up the yelling, and I asked... Oh!
Well, Bixus made a surprise appearance. Sorry, Bixus, I caught you on accident! Oh, that's what I get for playing in windowed mode right now. What's that at the top left? Steam notification, don't worry about that. What's that? It's a Steam notification, don't worry, don't worry. What game? It's, COTS! COTS, I know. Oh, that's what I get for not turning, I think there's a way I can turn off friend notifications, but since I usually play in game mode, I don't get the notifications on here, so you guys can't see them. But I'm not doing that right now. I'm playing in windowed mode, so you guys ended up seeing the, notification. So, Bixus ended up getting caught playing a game. I didn't see what it was. It might have been VTube Studio since you run that through Steam. So he might be getting ready to stream. Shout out to Bixus. Imagine playing games. Yeah, I could never. Imagine that. Okay.
Earlier when you brought up the yelling and I asked whether it had been the victim, you went one step beyond simple process of elimination and stated that it...
Don't message me, clown! Don't send private messages right now! You know it's gonna appear on here! Don't you dare! Oh my god. But yeah, Steam notifications, look at that. I'm gonna have to turn that off. I'm gonna have to turn that off so people don't abuse it. Clown send over DMs. No! Yeah, Steam is in the top left corner right now. That's why it keeps popping down. Oh my god. All right. Now I have inspiration to hurry up and finish this. Hey, Angie, it's fine if I send you my... No, it's not. No, Josh, do not. Why are you sending that to me anyways? Do not do that. Oh my god. Oh wait, top left corner. You saying top left corner. Oh, no, that's the bald Angie. That's bald Angie that a fan drew, that random drew over there. I'm sorry. I was too busy focused on the stuff that kept happening in the right corner that I couldn't pay attention to directions. Okay, all right.
Let's see. And I asked whether it had been a victim. You went one step beyond simple process of elimination and stated that it did certainly sound like him. That phrasing made me wonder. Have you heard his voice before by any chance?
I did indeed. As a matter of fact, I even saw him before.
Really?
Yes, he has been visiting the Kaseki residence quite often lately.
Oh, that's interesting. Clearly contradicts RPP's statements about not knowing him at all.
The first time I saw him was on August 16th. I remember the date so well, as it was the day my best friend and I left on a 2-week trip to one of her father's vacation resorts.
Oh! Is this a reference to, so the creator of this game, the developers of this game, made another game as well. Another murder mystery game that is definitely also on my radar. I wonder if this is a reference to that one. Yeah, I think this is a reference to the creator's other game, the developer's other game. Interesting. I wonder if this character is there too.
They came here early in the morning to pick me up, and it was right when we were about to leave that I noticed a strange man crossing the street and approaching the Kaseki residence.
I suppose you wouldn't be able to forget a guy with this face.
He immediately caught my eye due to the rather peculiar getup. A brown suit with black tiger stripes and a number of golden accessories glistening in the bright golden sun.
Sounds like him, alright. So he's been around the block since at least mid-August then, huh? Which would mean that RPP might have known him for almost an entire month, if not longer.
Of course, I didn't think much of it at the time, but I later realized that it was the same man who'd I come to notice a few more occasions upon returning from my trip.
You said you were gone for 2 weeks, right? Meaning that you got back just in time for school to start up again. I'm guessing you mostly spotted him between the late afternoon and early evening then?
Quite the opposite, actually. It was mostly in the morning.
You mean before school even started?
You seem to be under the assumption that I couldn't have seen him while classes were in session. However, I had a bicycle accident on the first day after summer break. I twisted my ankle in an unfortunate manner and was thus incapacitated for the remainder of the week. As a result, I was stuck at home spending most of my time in bed.
I was the one who saved her, by the way! It was a rather grisly sight. Poor Rune-chan was lucky I just so happened to be nearby and witnessed the accident. If I hadn't rushed to her aid and acted as quickly and efficiently as I did, she most certainly would have perished right then and there.
Shiratake-san, it really wasn't that bad. Although, I still very much appreciate what you did for me. To think that you carried me piggyback all the way to the infirmary.
Don't be cringe right now. No, don't be cringe right now.
It's still embarrassing to think about the looks we received as we arrived at the school.
Don't mention it. I would never abandon a young maiden in need, especially not one as beautiful and enchanting as you.
Hiro-sama!
Oh, Rune-chan, seriously? How can you be this gorgeous? Just as your name suggests, you truly are a goddess.
Oh my.
There they go again.
Please, don't be cringe. Please, I am begging you two to stop being cringe.
Better put up a stop to it before she's going to faint on me, and I'll throw up. I'd appreciate it if we could stay on topic, please.
Oh, right, my apologies. Where were we again?
You mentioned having an accident, and basically being stuck in bed all day long. So what I'd like to know is, given these circumstances, how were you able to see the victim?
Because the window of my room goes out directly to the backyard of the residence. The first time I noticed him, there was on the day after my accident. I overheard him as he stepped outside to make a phone call, something that seemed to be a habit of his.
A habit?
Yes, it was almost always the reason I became aware of his presence in the backyard. Maybe he didn't want anyone listening on his conversation, or he simply enjoyed the greenery. In any case, he sure seemed to be fond of talking on his calls there.
Interesting. If he had free access to the backyard, he must have felt well at home here.
Of course, I mostly tried to ignore it since it's rude and all around bad manners to listen in on somebody else's private conversation. However, I originally got quite alarmed by what I happened to hear that morning.
Oh?
First, I should mention that Alexis-san was in the backyard as well.
The bird? All by itself? What about Takamori-san? You just left his pet out there?
Alexis-san spends most of her time outside, actually.
Really?
Although Takamori-san does bring her indoors and let her stay in his room quite often, the backyard is where she is generally kept. It's where her pin is, after all.
Right where Officer Mizu was ordered to take the ghastly thing. So she was locked up in there?
Unfortunately not.
What do you mean?
Like most mornings, Takamori-san had taken her out and tied her to the bow perch in the center of the backyard instead.
Enough flirting, damn it. Yep. They're teenagers, Angie. They need to be cringe to live. No. I refuse. I'm the killer bird, by the way.
Oh, man.
He does this to give her an opportunity to quite literally spread her wings as he prepares breakfast and keeps an eye out from the kitchen window. On that particular occasion, it sadly turned out to be a big mistake, however, as it allowed the victim to physically assault her.
Oh? What? Why'd he do that?
Because he was trying to have his call, Alexis-san kept interrupting him with her adorable squawking. At first he would simply yell at her to be quiet, but when she wouldn't stop.
Okay, suddenly I'm on the killer's side of this story. I'm suddenly a lot less sympathetic for some reason I can't quite put my finger on. I want to play a game, but I don't want it to show up on stream. Wait a little while. We're almost done. This is the last question, and then I think we're done with this guy, and we'll be done with stream for this evening.
He began to throw rocks at her in order to shut her up.
What the hell?
What a horrible thing to do. I can still hear her pitiful whimpers.
And you witnessed all of that through your window?
Actually, no. I was unable to get out of bed due to my injury, but the window was open, allowing me to overhear the quarrel. That alone was already appalling enough, though. Poor Alexis-san. Not only did he hurt her physically, he even kept calling her a dumb you know.
A dumb bird?
No, something a little more.
A dumb bitch, you dumb bitch!
Shirataka-san!
Don't make my precious Runchan utter such tasteless vulgarities! Her innocent tongue shall remain untainted! Don't you dare try to make her indulge you deranged fetishes again!
What are you making me say, Iro?
Iro-sama.
What the fuck is wrong with this kid?
In any case, that is what he called her, which he also seemed to have a habit of, as on later occasions he constantly insulted her in the very same manner.
So he always called the bird a dumb bitch. Well, setting aside how exactly he insulted her, what I'd really like to know is how you can be so sure that he threw rocks at her when you couldn't look out your window.
I was told later that day by Jura-san. She came to visit me in the afternoon to check how my ankle was doing, and naturally, I took the opportunity to inquire about Alexis-san's condition as well. For some reason, she became a little nervous when I brought up the topic and asked me if I had actually seen the incident. While I denied it, she seemed more at ease and told me that apparently a random visitor had thrown rocks at Alexis-san in danger. She went on to tell me that they had taken care of the situation and Alexis-san was fine, but it seemed odd to me.
Was it actually Alexis that he was calling that? I wonder. Since we couldn't see it, we're assuming it was the bird, and it makes sense. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's not possible. But what if there was someone else there as well? Huh. Alright, I'm gonna keep moving on. That's not a strong argument to stand on quite yet, but I feel like other things are starting to come into place. There's a few more puzzle pieces here. So the bird guy got revenge. I suppose so. Could be. What did I just get clipped for?
Especially how quickly she tried to brush the issue under the rug. Since I'm not one to pry, however, I decided not to press it any further.
She sounds suspicious. Like she didn't want her friend to know too much about that random visitor of theirs.
In any case, it was 2 days later, on the 4th of September, I believe, that I heard him again in the backyard. That time, I also saw him through my window, and it was at that moment that I realized he was the same man I had seen on the day of my departure. He was there the following day as well, but that was on Sunday. Since I started going to school again and the day after, I cannot be certain whether he continued to drop by the Kaseki residence over the course of the past week. Well, with one exception, that is. 2 days ago, when I returned home in the late afternoon, there seemed to be a commotion going on in the backyard again. I noticed some yelling coming from there as I climbed the stairs to my room, but couldn't make out anything in particular. When I eventually looked through the window, I spotted a rather agitated Alexis-san, while Takamori-san was arguing with the victim. From what I could gather, he had gotten into another fight with her, this time resulting in him being the one getting injured.
The bird injured him?
Yes, apparently her talons had torn through his sleeves, as well as the skin on his arms, which quite enraged him, as you might expect. He kept going on and on about how much it hurt, and how his expensive jacket, which had been tailor-made just for him, was ruined now.
Huh. I don't know how... I know you shouldn't take pleasure in other people's misery, but... sounds like somebody received his just desserts.
Okay, yeah, so that was from the bird. That does explain a bit of the exam. Exactly.
Usually, I'm not in the habit of poking my nose into other people's business, but that evening I decided to head over and ask if everything was all right. Once again, Jira-san seemed quite nervous, and didn't even invite me in like she usually does. She only told me that everything was fine and wished me a good night before shutting the doors.
Yep, they definitely didn't want her to know anything about him. So what kind of impression did you get from the guy overall? And what do you think his relationship with RPP was like?
Well, it is not appropriate to speak ill of the dead. Together with what I've recounted to you, this statement should suffice in illustrating my opinion of him. I may only add that he certainly wasn't the type I personally would have enjoyed mingling with.
Fair enough.
As for Raptor Pack Productions, I'm honestly not sure why they did associate with him, especially after what happened to Alexis-san. Even before that incident, I could tell that he had a somewhat dangerous aura around him, so it always baffled me.
I have a theory, actually. I think I might know why. I need to confirm something though. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna wait. But I have a theory. No, wait, I think I can go ahead and say it. He's Yakuza. They're a small studio. They're obviously gonna need money. They're obviously gonna need money in order to fund their movie, right? And we know, there is no doubt this guy is Yakuza. There is no doubt this guy is. Welcome to Dinosaur Theory. This group's favorite show. There is no doubt this guy is Yakuza, and this group would definitely need money. So it only makes sense then, right? That who do you get loans from? Or like, it's also often that the Yakuza will protect businesses and stuff, and you know, that's a thing. But like, you could get a loan from the Yakuza, and then that would make sense why he's been here for the past month. Banks? No. Come on, this whole city has crime in it. You're thinking too small. He's trying to break out the Yakuza with the indie movie role. Exactly! This could be a Yakuza business takeover. It could also be like a forced loan kind of thing where like they're just like, no, you need our help. You shouldn't go anywhere else. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that, but there's one thing I want to confirm. Because I remember when we went to Ryunosuke's room, there was, I hope I'm saying the right guy. There was a few things on the wall that we could look at that had, I think we used one as evidence, but there was one note that had a list on it, and there was a couple of names on it. And I think there was one for a loan. So I want to see that. I'm gonna finish this, and when we're done with this, I'm gonna look at that.
I can only assume him to be a business partner, like a producer or something of the sort. Someone they didn't necessarily enjoy dealing with, but regrettably had no other choice to. And that Jiro-san simply felt too ashamed to admit so to me.
Any particular reason you came to that conclusion? Him being a business partner, I mean. Or was it just a hunch?
Again, I tried not to listen in on him, but alas, the man had a rather boisterous voice, often teeming with anger. As such, it was difficult not to overhear some things, and from what I could gather, most of his calls revolved around money and setting appointments, so...
I see. Well, looks like RPP tried to keep quiet about a little secret there from their friend and neighbor. I wonder if they have a hint just how much she's managed to learn, though. Anyway, they definitely lied about not knowing him. That much is for certain now. Anything else you can remember about him that might be important?
Not really, I'm afraid. I'm pretty certain that Oh wait, that's right! I almost forgot! He was actually in the backyard earlier this morning as well!
Wait, what?!
It was around 9:10 a.m., I think. I was preparing for my date with Shiratake-san when I heard him try to make a phone call again. As usual, he seemed rather agitated. Apparently, no one picked up which seemed to infuriate him.
Do you have any idea who he might have tried to call?
Unfortunately, no. I was not in the mood to listen to his vulgarities, so I decided to head downstairs to prepare my hair and yukata in the living room while I couldn't hear him.
But you're sure it was him?
Absolutely! Outside of recognizing his voice right away, I did throw a quick peep out the window, and it was unmistakably him, once again wearing his beloved suit with the tiger stripes and the now torn sleeves.
Okay, things are getting really interesting now. So not only was he here 2 full hours before the incident occurred, he was once again trying to make a call in the backyard. Which naturally begs the question, where the hell did his cell phone go? I wonder, did it slip out of his pocket and end up getting swallowed by that T-Rex? Or could it be somewhere else? Given that RPP are trying to keep his identity and their connection to him under wraps, maybe they took it from him and hid it somewhere. In any event, the plot certainly thickens, and we just made one giant leap towards the truth. Alright, I've asked them everything important I can think of at the moment, and there's a hell of a lot to unpack here. I'm not even sure what to make of most of the stuff, and although I've gotten quite a few answers, there are equally as many questions. For starters, was it just a coincidence that these two showed up in mere minutes before the incident occurred? The timing's almost a little too perfect. Suspiciously perfect. They were invited here for 11 a.m., and that's when it happened.
Oh, look, it's in full color! Full HD color of the murder!
RPP obviously knew about the arrival ahead of time, so if we look at this from a possible foul play angle, taking advantage of their visitors by turning them into unsuspecting witnesses to this accident doesn't seem too far-fetched of an idea. After all, an unrelated party such as the brat confirming to be nothing more than that sure would have been beneficial to a potential culprit. Then again, I'm still unsure about murder even being a legit possibility. As of right now, I just can't see how it could have been pulled off. There's also the whole thing about Jura-chan urging her friends to leave right before the cops showed up. That obviously goes against the idea of purposely turning them into outside witnesses, unless she unwittingly fucked up the culprit's plans. I guess it depends on her motivation for sending them away in the first place. Was she really just worried about her friends getting wrapped up in something as serious as a police investigation? Or did she have a hunch that her neighbor knew a little too much? Maybe she feared that Hikari-chan would have made us unaware of their connection to the victim, as she now did. That's definitely the reason I'm more inclined to believe, given that they're generally made an attempt to conceal it. The real question is, why even do so? Were they afraid that we'd suspect them of foul play if we knew about their relationship? Or is it because we are dealing with murder here? I still don't have nearly enough information to say anything with certainty, and I should probably heed the chief's advice and not veer off into assumption land again. I guess the best I can do for now is wait and see what the others have learned. Maybe if we put all of our findings together, everything will start to fall into place.
So what now?
If you're done extracting info from us, just so you can completely disregard it, at least say so. I can honestly think of better things to do than continue wasting my breath and time. He sure is salty about me not accepting the whole murder theory, huh?
Shiritake-san, please don't disturb the officer's train of thought. Surely he's contemplating our accounts and trying to...
solve the case? I've already solved it for him! All he's gonna do now is arrest the culprit.
What culprit? Is he still referring to the T-Rex? Even if I wanted to, its arms are way too tiny to handcuff. Why did we even come all the way back here if they don't as much lift a finger upon hearing our testimony? How much more proof do you need before you decide to act? Then again, what else would I expect from a cop? They're as useless as a scarf on a bronchiosaur. It's no wonder this city's going to shit, especially when such dim-witted potatoes are put in charge.
Shiritake-san!
If it makes you happy, we can turn this into an unquestionable murder case, you little...
But please excuse his outburst. He only wants to help. Unfortunately, as frustrating as it may be, things are obviously more complex than how they seem on the surface. With that in mind, is there anything else we could tell you to offer more clarity, perhaps?
I don't think so. Not at the moment, at least. I might have some more questions for you later, but for now, I guess we're good.
Then what are we supposed to do now?
The officer who let you in messaged me that once you're done here, you should head back outside and meet up with him again. There still remain a few matters that need to be dealt with, such as your parents. Apparently they haven't been contacted yet.
I'm afraid not. I was meaning to give them a call, but I didn't want to ruin their trip.
Trip?
Yes, they've left at dawn with my brother to go fishing outside the city.
I see. So they've been gone all morning, huh? Come to think of it, there's also been no word from Jura-chan's family. As far as I'm aware, and they live right next door as well? Guess that means they haven't been around either. In other words, it's highly unlikely for another surprise witness to pop up who may have spotted our guy in the backyard or something. Hikari-chan's account is probably all we've got. Anyway, you should go let your parents know what's up then. It's better than hearing from you before they catch wind of this on the news or some other way and start to panic.
I guess so. Shh.
As if my old man would give a shit. Master wouldn't even care if I turned up dead.
Okay. It is too late for this emotional dump. Why you gotta suddenly drop the heavy backstory like that?
Speaking of news, though, there were a couple of reporters out there who desperately wanted to talk to us earlier, so I think it's about time we let them know what's going on.
Shiratake-san, do you really think that's a good idea?
Well, I usually hate to be in the spotlight, but someone's gotta inform the public about what happened here
And make sure they hear the truth before any rumors can spread, so... Someone doesn't like being in the spotlight? Huh? And he lied as easy as he breathes. Am I able to donate to me? Me? You can donate to me through Ko-fi, but that is the only thing I have currently. The only other thing is I do have a throne as well. However, throne can get kind of expensive, but that's if you want to buy me gifts and stuff. But those are the only two ways that you can donate to me at the moment. I appreciate the thought, though. There'll eventually be a way to do it on YouTube. I just have to reach 500 before that happens. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Actually, I would appreciate if you wouldn't share any details about the case as long as... Let us go, Runa! For great justice! Hey, wait!
Shiratake-san, please excuse us.
I sure hope the guys outside managed to keep a tight leash on the walking nightmare. Oh well, as aggravating as dealing with him was, at least I finally got a good grasp on what transpired here. During and after the incident, that is. Let's hope Officer Mizu could find out what happened prior to it, even if I wonder how much we can trust RPP's word now. It sure will be interesting to compare their story to what I've just heard. Before we can get to that, though, I gotta go through my notes and whip up a proper report.
A new case file has been added.
Okay, we've made it through, and I am gonna do another poll here. It's 50-50 between Yuki and Mizu on who we are going to go through next. So 1 second. It will be either Yuki. We got snow versus water. Who will win? All right, starting the poll. Go ahead and vote for which one you guys would like to see next. I know you don't hate the Spotlight Theater, kid. Definitely not. So either we have Yuki over here, or we have Mizu over here. And just, yeah, let me know which one you would rather see first. I will end the poll in a bit, and this will be who we start up on next time. So we're not gonna go fully in, however, before we leave, there is something I want to check, but I have to click into one of these guys first. Angie, which one do you want so I can pick the other one? Hey! Yuki, because she's hotter. All right. I am going to end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And poll is ended. This was a much closer race. Oh my god, was this closer. But the one that won was, in fact, Mizu over here. So we will be going with that. Like, I love the little dinosaur that pops up. It's so cute. All right, we're gonna go ahead and press begin. However, we are not going to read this just yet, even though it's funny. I'm gonna save real fast. I want to look at this for a second. All right, they updated this from last we read. The victim's nose is swollen, his nasal bridge fractured, and his nostrils clogged with dried blood. It is currently unclear how and when he broke his nose, but it must have happened before the incident. There is also a small amount of dry soil visible on his left cheek. His chest and stomach are covered by a number of shallow cuts and bite marks, which reach down to his pelvis region and were inflicted by the animatronic's sharp teeth. Just like his face, the front and sides of his clothes also showed traces of dry soil. Under his shirt, a couple of bruises are visible, and it seems as though some of his ribs may have been fractured. Although this needs to be confirmed during a proper autopsy. Unlike originally surmised, his legs were not broken, but his hips and knees dislocated as a result of the animatronic dragging his body down the wall and slamming it to the floor. His pants are not only soaked in his own DNA, but also quite a bit of theatrical blood, which emanates a rather sweet scent due to the ingredients being used. Regarding the arms of the victim, they have been severed by the T-Rex fangs as its jaws snap shut on him. The left arm was found lying next to the dinosaur's head, whereas the right arm curiously was discovered at its tail end near the wall of the staircase. His sleeves show numerous tears, while the forearms are covered in scratch marks, quite possibly inflicted by an animal. Considering that they have already begun to heal, they are at least a couple of days old by now. The palms of the hands are covered in blood despite not showing any signs of injury. An analysis confirmed the DNA to be his own. However, the blood on the palms showed the following patterns. This is what they look like. So we got the two profiles of these guys. All right. Interesting. Have the rest of them had... Oh. We don't get to see. That's a cute photo. That's a really cute photo. That looks nothing like you! Okay, hold on a second. Wait. Whoa! That's completely different! That is not the same guy! What the? This guy put on an entire cosplay before going here! Oh my god! That got me. Oh, that got me. That was funny. Well played. Well played. He has the same arrogant, unearned smile. True. Trying to donate to you, but I don't do Ko-fi. I see. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I appreciate that. Though. You definitely don't have to donate to me, but I really appreciate the thought. And I will try to find better ways. It's hard to find places that are like, you know, fully like people can donate kind of stuff. Okay. Is there anything... Okay. Oh, witness accounts. Oh, dragon tattoo too. The victim's back is entirely covered with an elaborate tattoo, or more accurately, irezumi. It depicts a ferocious-looking dragon that has lost its left eye. This is not the only commonality between the tattoo and its wearer, however. The dragon also sports the same eye and hair color as the deceased, while its brown scales are reminiscent of his suit, effectively turning it into a dragon-fied version of him. Fascinating. A red rope of 1.2 meters in length and 6 millimeters in thickness was found together with the victim's right arm. They were lying in the artificial grass at the tail end of the T-Rex, automatically very close to the wall of the staircase that leads to the second floor. This was there! This was over there! When it is tied to the wristwatch, specifically around the deep cut of the leather strap. Given how clean the cut is, it was likely caused through the use of a sharp tool. such as a knife or a pair of scissors, meaning that it may have been made with intention. The other end is tied to a swivel, with 2 heavy-duty metal snaps attached to it. The reason as to why the victim would wear such equipment is unknown. Was he dragged with this? And I'm gonna need a full-scale investigation scene in just a second. Okay. According to the victim's medical files, he underwent eye surgery after a failed attempt at removing his left eye with a pocket knife. The reasons as to why he tried to do so are currently unknown, but as a result of this act, his eye was permanently damaged and fully removed. In its place, he is now wearing an ocular prosthesis that looks identical to the natural eye, although it is usually covered up by his hair. Runa Hikari, neighbor and good friends of RPP, was invited to their wrap party at 11 a.m. She arrived exactly 5 minutes early and brought her classmate Hiroshi Take along. After being let in by Amber Harding and Shiku Jura, the 4 of them talked in the lobby for a little. Miss Harding had closed the doors to the main hall to allow them some privacy, as the victim was allegedly looking at the exhibits at the time. Eventually, they heard a muffled scream coming from the other side of the doors, yelling, "Ah, no, fuck, stop, no." When Miss Harding opened the left of the 2 doors, they were granted a small window into the main hall and saw the victim land in the jaws of the T-Rex animatronic, after he had somehow slipped over the railing. According to Hikari-san, he was flailing his arms in wild desperation until the dinosaur forcefully chomped down on him. As Shiratake-san put it, smashed its head into the wall and slammed the victim to the ground. Right after the dinosaur's collapse, Tadano Takamori came out from the main room with his pet vulture, Alexis, and shortly afterwards, Ryunosuke Hazama arrived through the door next to the staircase as the west side of the main hall, looking rather exhausted. While Takamori-san and Hazama-san confirmed the victim to be dead, Miss Harding called emergency services at 11:04 a.m. She then left Jura-san, Hikaru-san, and Shiratake-san in the lobby as she joined the others in the main hall, closing the door behind her. Jura-san urged the 2 witnesses to leave the premises immediately, not to return, and to deny their presence at the scene. If anybody would ask, the 2 of them then fled to the nearby National Garden, but finally returned due to Hikari-san's guilty conscience. It should also be noticed Hikari-san had seen and heard the victim here at Kaseki residence before first on August 16th, and then a few times during the last 2 weeks. She even spotted him in the backyard today, trying to make a phone call around 9:10. Hold on. Why did you say that with such little emotion? I was in reader mode, that's why. I'm sorry, do you want me to— no! Fuck! Stop! Oh! Is that better? Is that better for you? Does that work out? I'm sorry. I'll try better next time. Thank you. No problem. No problem. I've got this. Gonna clip that. Of course you are. Okay. No, I want to go back here. There is something very specific I want to see. Bulletin notes. Raptor Finance. Kuro Mikazuki. Right there. Okay, loan at claw.jp. What did I say? Okay, I did remember that correctly. So yeah, the name matches. The name matches. Raptor Finance is great. It is perfect. I love that personally. I love that personally for everyone involved. Well, except for, sorry for the victims. Anyways, it is a great name, is the point. It is a great name. But yeah, there he is. Kuro Mikazuki. So he was in fact, it was in fact a loan thing. So we're piecing more together who this guy is. That doesn't tell me how he died or anything. I have nothing on that. But this is piecing together a lot more of who he was and a motive. You know, we're getting the heart of the crime. We don't know the why or the who, but we know the heart. And that it's probably has to do with, 1, this guy was a big dick. 2, this guy was Yakuza. And 3, loans. So interesting. All of that is really interesting so far. There is some stuff being put together. I am really interested to know where this story is going to go. Yeah, I don't have a lot else to say. This is gonna be the end of stream. However, there is something I want to check real fast. If you guys will bear with me and just kind of wait for a second. For 1 second. Yes. So if you guys would like, one of my friends is currently doing another stream right now, Bixus, and I think I'm gonna do a small raid into his stream. I can only do that by posting a link into this stream here. So I'm going to grab this real fast. And so they were streaming. Yes. And I'm going to post the link. And so I will say my outro real fast and then post the link and you guys can go to him and I will send you off. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate you all. If you like this video, please like and subscribe. You don't have to, but I would very much appreciate it if you did, but I'll appreciate you guys either way. Whether it's night or morning or whatever time it is, I hope you have a great day or a great night or, you know, whatever time, as I said. And as always, love you lots, and I will see you guys in the next one. Here's the link. Go raid Bixus. Have a good time with him. Be on your best behavior. And I will see you guys in the next one. And I'll just hang out here for a second as I watch you all leave me. Hey, let me get the last message. Yeah, sure, you can have the last message. I'll let you have it. Bye, everyone. Thanks for being here. Love you lots. I'm going to stay here until I start watching you trickle out into the next stream. All right. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead. Who's heart reacting? That's nice. It's very nice, isn't it? It's very nice. All right, I will see you guys. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye. Have a nice night or day. I'm going to get dinner. I am so hungry right now. All right. Goodbye, everyone. I'm officially going to end stream now. So you won't hear from me after this. I'm going. Bye-bye, fish cakes.